Well, good evening. Good evening. Happy Friday. It is Friday, August 21st, year 2026. And we're back 2 weeks in a row. We're going to try and make it 3 weeks in a row and then 4 weeks in a row, and we'll see what we can do. How you guys doing? How is everyone's Friday? Welcome to the live stream. Sorry, guys. Getting back in the swing of things and getting things queued up to the extent I can. Don't really have a whole lot of different topics to cover today. I mean, oddly enough, there's only really been one trial I've been able to follow throughout this time, and it's kind of the Lindsay Clancy trial. So if that trial is not something you guys want to hear about, then, well, might be a good time to maybe check out. That's great, Rob. Within the first 5 minutes of the live stream, tell people to go ahead and sign off. Wonderful. Way to go. How we doing, folks? Let's see, get caught up with chat as people start coming in. Hampton Roads, Lisa Hicks is in the house. We've got a Hettinger saying fried. I don't know why is it fried. Minnesota. Nancy Druby playing catch up. Patty's watching on TV and phone. Good evening to everyone. So, how are we doing, folks? We've been catching this trial very often. I'll give you a recap to the extent that I can. I'm coming off a very busy day. So, for those of you who did not know or were not tuned in last week was the first live stream back in quite a time. And then from that, the very next day, I was traveling to meet the mischiefs and the mini mischiefs, and we actually went to a little last bit of the summer vacation down in Orlando. The Universal Studios, which if you have children, take your children. It's a heck of a lot of fun. It's awesome. I love it. It's very overwhelming. I need a vacation from my vacation. But coming back from vacation as a lawyer is very difficult because there's any number of emails. I think it was at 400 unread emails. And I've been trying to slog through those while at the same time trying to keep up with this trial, which is nearing its final stages. So it's been quite a week indeed. And candidly, I'm exhausted, but we're going to do what we can because I committed to getting back to doing this thing on a regular basis, and we're going to do it. Damn it. And we are going to do that all that we can. Castro, I was not waiting on Ian. Ian is going to be Ian. Ian started his job this week, his new job this week. So I don't even know if he's going to make it today, but because he's been very, very deep in it. Get caught up. Sandy gifting memberships. Thank you, Sandy. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. Oh, I did see that Ian posted a video on bricks and minifigs. Please go check that out if you can. And I know that some people are watching the Keefe D trial on the Tupac murder. And that's one that I'm hoping to get caught up with sometime next week, if I can. I assume that the Clancy trial will proceed to closing arguments beginning Monday. The jury will then have the case, and then who knows how long it's going to take with that as that rolls along. Icosaplex, thank you for gifting memberships. Very, very kind of you. Vez is indicating that I am on Rob time again. I am on Rob time again. All is right with the universe, which also includes Leo driving Mischief Manager insane upstairs. I can hear the two of them bickering, and by bickering, it is manager telling Leo to stop and Leo not stopping and instead whining and wanting attention that I'm sure is being given, but not to his liking. But that's what dogs do. So much fun. They are crazy. He got a bath last night, and it was so very needed. The amount of dirt that came off of him. Whoa. Whoa. It was enough to kind of turn the stomach. Henhouse Bath Company. Yep, you guys, the 600 plus of you that are here, please hit the like button. And then we'll get rolling into some of the content. By content, I mean catching up on a trial, which included an attempt at a Zoom witness that did not go as planned, at least initially, that resulted in a very slow start to the day. And honestly, me asking questions of the defense pretty firmly today. I'm not sure that I very much cared for a lot of the defense case today. And I'll be candid about that as we go through it. I think they're probably going to get some chat pushback, but it's going to happen. Yeah, because I'm just going to be honest the entire time. Fiona W777, thanks for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. That's very kind of you. Ice Baby 22 has become a member. Thank you, Ice Baby. Icosaplex memberships. Thank you. Crazy Cat Queen, thanks for becoming a member. Mysterica Claus, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. KPT times 9043, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, so let's do a little bit of road so far, shall we? I think that's important. This week, as was the case last week. Last week we covered some of the Alex Murdaugh updates because we had some pretrial hearings that were pretty important. But this week we're turning our focus back to the Lindsay Clancy trial. For those of you who have been following this particular case, this trial is a remarkable tragedy. And for those of you who have not been following it, I'm going to give you a bit of a preview so that you can choose whether or not you want to follow along based on your own mental health and what you can tolerate. Lindsay Clancy is charged with the murder of her 3 young children. And when I say young children, I mean exceedingly young children. She is charged in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So again, we are visiting the Commonwealth, which I don't believe I'll be driving through at any point in time soon. But in Massachusetts, they have a very interesting way of addressing not guilty by reason of insanity or mental disease or defect. That's how Massachusetts law phrases it. Whereas most jurisdictions, at least the ones that I'm familiar with, use mental illness as a affirmative defense, where usually the defendant has zero obligation to prove anything. That is, unless they wish to put on one of these affirmative defenses, one of them being that they were not guilty or they should not be guilty by reason of insanity. The obligation rests with them to put on that evidence, and the obligation rests with them to actually demonstrate that by some evidentiary standard. Call it preponderance of the evidence, clear and convincing, whatever it is based on the state where you are. Massachusetts is a little bit differently. In Massachusetts, a prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual was sane and competent and capable of handling or capable of, what is it? Let me actually find the actual legal standard, because I know that there's magic words that every jurisdiction applies. Massachusetts, not guilty, reason. There we go. They had to have an understanding or appreciation of the criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct, so they had no right from wrong. And they had to be capable of conforming their conduct to those requirements. So in Massachusetts, you have to demonstrate that the individual is essentially not suffering from some mental defect or illness that would inhibit their ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or conform to that conduct. So it's a little bit different. And because of that, this case got thrust in the spotlight more so than I think it would have in other jurisdictions. Lindsay Clancy is accused and has admitted to the killing of her 3 minor children using exercise bands. She then cut her arms, her wrists, her neck, and jumped out of the 2nd-story window of the home that she shared with Patrick Clancy. She is now paralyzed. She is undergoing or facing trial at this point in time. What's unique about this is that Lindsay Clancy, in the lead up to this, was diagnosed with postpartum depression, anxiety, and was dealing with that and was being treated by various providers that she had seen for these symptoms that began as anxiety. Then it transitioned to inability to sleep, insomnia, and the depression became more and more significant. She went from provider to provider. She sought assistance at voluntary commitment. They declined admission after assessing her and turned her away based on, in their assessment, the evidence has kind of indicated that she was either being overprescribed or being prescribed medications that didn't really play nice with one another. So in the lead up to this, which occurred in January, all of these things were taking place, raising serious questions as to whether or not Lindsay was suffering from some mental disease or defect at the time, disease or illness at the time that she committed these killings. So that's really one question. One question is, at least the one in my mind, has been, we all acknowledge that there was postpartum depression. I think that seems to be resoundingly clear. The prosecution's admitted it, the defense has admitted it. Everyone is on the same page there. Where they're not on the same page and where the two sides differ is the defense's theory is that Lindsay Clancy suffered from command hallucinations, that it was more significant than simply postpartum depression. It wasn't, in fact, postpartum psychosis, which, separate and apart and in addition to the depression factors, she experienced command hallucinations, a voice telling her to do things. And the evidence thus far, up to this week, was that she expressed concerns about her own health, her own well-being, expressed concerns, suicidal ideations, thoughts that she wished to no longer be there, and then intrusive thoughts as she's defined them. And I always wondered what it was that were the specific things that she had experienced in the nature of command hallucinations prior to this occasion. And that's kind of been where we have been in this trial up until yesterday and today primarily, maybe 2 days ago today. So that's where we enter into this discussion. Prosecution says these were made up. There were no command hallucinations, and that she might have been depressed, but she did not have, she had the ability to conform herself to lawful conduct. Okay? The defense says she could not. Pretty big distinction. There has been a massive divide among those watching this trial as to whether this is a case that is appropriate for not guilty by reason of insanity or whether she should be convicted. And there's been people on polarizing sides of this, like really polar opposites in this case. And I think it's fair. My takeaway on this case has been that this case itself is rather unique in that it sets up a discussion that a lot of people in the body politic have not wanted to have. Namely, where do we want to apply the law and how do we want to apply the law to cases that are like this? Because 99% of the cases that are being brought forth where the defendant is saying, I should be not guilty by reason of insanity, there aren't really bona fides there to have that discussion. A lot of it is people that are ex post facto coming up with and saying, well, I was sad or I was depressed or I was crazy. And there really isn't a whole lot of there where the defense really isn't given a whole lot of weight. That's not this case. And this case specifically deals with postpartum depression and psychosis, which is a experience very unique to those individuals, mothers who have given birth. So it has placed women's mental health at the forefront of a lot of discussions. Some discussions people are willing to have, some discussions people are just not willing to have. I have viewed this case as a remarkable tragedy at every single step, and every single witness that takes the stand demonstrates more and more failures. And I'm going to go ahead and say failures by individuals, failures by systems, failures by everyone involved, where it has just been kind of devastating to watch. So for those of you who don't want to chime in or don't want to tune in and watch this, I completely understand. We will cover a lot of topics on this channel, a lot of topics in trials that we cover, dealing with Alex Murdaugh, the killing of his wife and son, dealing with, I don't know, Taylor Schabusiness, who decapitated her boyfriend at the time. We'll deal with a whole lot. It's a very difficult topic when you're talking about mental health and when you're talking about small children being killed by their mother. Now, for those of you who don't know me, I am Rob. I am a practicing lawyer in Northern Virginia, and I practice in the field of domestic relations litigation. And I have been doing so for about 16 years. I'm a trial attorney. I love the theater of the courtroom. And one of the things that's very unique about domestic relations litigation is we actually get a whole lot of experience in a whole lot of different fields. Mental health and discussions concerning mental health is bread and butter to me. We talk about this stuff all the time in custody issues, visitation issues, in disputes between husbands and wives, between paramours, in protective order litigation cases. We see mental health in our practice, I would dare say, more than a lot of others. So I'm very used to a lot of the terminology in this. And I'm also used to a lot of people who just don't understand it, or who understand but are very dismissive of it. Like I said, there's a way to talk about this stuff and there's a way not to talk about this stuff. And we are going to focus on the right way of having these discussions. And that's how we're going to take it today. All right? Good. That was a good preview, a little bit of monologue, because I just needed to get the mouth moving and talking to get used to saying words before we get into actual subject matter and content. That's how we're going to do it. Honk Banana No. Honestly, I'm still fuzzy on who has the burden. Does the Commonwealth have to prove she had intent, or does she have to prove that she was insane? The Commonwealth has to prove that she has intent and that she could form the mental capacity to form the requisite intent. So the Commonwealth has the burden. It never shifts to the defense. And that is what I am saying that's the law as it relates to Massachusetts. Like I said, this case has teed up a lot of discussions. Do we, as a state, want our law concerning this mental health defense to apply in that fashion? Do we want to shift some of the burden to the defendant? Do we want the defendant to be able to, or have to put on evidence to prove that they were under some form of mental capacity at the time they committed this act, and therefore they should not be responsible for that act? Like I said, discussions that need to happen, and they should be. Let's see. Me get caught up. Let's see. ASG 2025 just got done with 3 hours of steno practice. Congratulations. That's difficult. You missed me getting to 140 words per minute. Whoa, that's pretty quick. Working hard every day. Got another hour of theory review plus practicing to the stream. Okay. Light Queen. Yay, FNF. Good to have you back. Rob, I'm glad to be back. It's a lot of fun. Victor Man 7777. I predict a hung jury in the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's kind of where my head is right now. We'll revisit that after we finish some of the cross-examination of the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. It'll be pretty interesting. Time Lords, thank you for getting memberships. Good to see you, Time. Amber072, thanks for becoming a member. Crazy Cat Queen, very generous super chat. Today I took my parents, both 90, to visit an assisted memory care facility. Mom's dementia is severe, dad's is progressing. I'm an only child, so I had to move to Colorado while my hubs, cats, and dogs stay in Florida. It's agonizing. Thank you for being you. I am going to wish you all of the best of luck, and I'm going to keep you in my thoughts and my prayers because I know that can be exceedingly stressful. I hope that the transition goes well as it can go, and that you form and have a very good support structure around you. All of my best to you and the family. Lisa 2090 20907. Not a great day for either side. Dr. Mack didn't seem an expert in women or postpartum issues, more kids, and substance abuse. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm very curious how you guys perceived him. DIB2VU, hope you and Runkle will cover the Shauna Gardner trial in September with Jose Baez as counsel. Oh, let me see. Let me look that up. Shauna Gardner. Shauna Gardner. Jared Bridigan's ex-wife, accused of plotting his 2022 murder along with Mario, whose trial is ongoing. What jurisdiction are we in? Florida. Okay. A lot of evidentiary disputes, it looks like. Very curious. I'll keep that open. Louisa Denise. I probably butchered that. I apologize. 9559. Rob, thanks for being here. Lost my dad and I'm now alone as the only neurospicy in my family. Having you, Ian, and Emily helps a lot. And F cancer and the horse she rode in on. I'm very sorry for your loss and hope that you are healing well. Harbinger of imminent death. Would the judge of Reddington make a bar complaint making a bar complaint be an appropriate response to the religious questioning earlier this week? No. It was an impermissible question. It was egregious. It was disgusting. Let's see if I might be able to find it. For those of you who didn't see it, during the prosecution's cross-examination of one of the state's witnesses, or one of the defense witnesses, actually, oddly enough, this individual might have an opinion on that.
Ambush.
Ambush. How you doing, bud?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Doing okay. I am. A little tired, but doing all right.
I feel like a little tired is kind of issued to people at law school, and then you're stuck with it for the next 40 years.
It becomes a chronic diagnosis. So, question for you that was offered by the chat that I was about to dive into. And the subject, or rather the way the question was posed was, would the judge or Reddington making a bar complaint regarding the prosecution's question of the mortal sin, aren't you a practicing Catholic and isn't murder a mortal sin? Would that be an appropriate response? And I was about to start answering and saying no.
If the judge wants to do it, okay. If Reddington wants to do it, Reddington needs to rethink his life.
Yeah.
Reddington's not going to make a bar complaint about that.
No. It was egregious. It was gross. It was disgusting. It was a violation of the rules of evidence. And it is on par with a lot of violations of rules of evidence that I will see on a weekly, monthly basis.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to get a bar complaint to land over an improper question.
Yeah.
Unless the question was like so ridiculously improper. If she asked something like, would your answer stay the same if you knew there was a car bomb, in your vehicle, something like that, then you got a bar complaint. But not so much when it's just, offensive.
Yeah. For example, if the judge had instructed her not to do that and she just did it instead.
Yeah.
Like intentionally causing a mistrial, then the consequence would be you intentionally caused a mistrial. I'm not going to allow you to retry it. And because you did so after I admonished you that this was in violation of the rules, that might bleed into bar complaint territory, but that's still a stretch.
Yeah. I mean, if she kept persistently doing it or something like that, you could see it. But just for like a one-off, I don't see it happening. If the question was threatening, possibly if it was like super offensive, like I could maybe see a bar complaint if she said something like, said to a witness, isn't it true you had child, whatever.
I get it. Mm-hmm.
When,
there was
when
no
there was
foundation
no indication
for the
that, like that kind of thing might be the basis of a bar complaint. But, yeah.
And for those that are wondering what happened, Patrick Clancy's mother was on the stand having testified favorably for the defense. And in cross-examination, the question was asked by the DA. In a series of questions leading up to it, almost like a gotcha moment. It was very awkward to hear. Asked by the DA, well, aren't you a practicing Catholic? And you're aware that murder is a mortal sin. It is completely impermissible. The judge barely let the question get out of her mouth before calling everyone sidebar and telling the jury to disregard the question. But it for me, it was kind of par for the course on how the prosecution's been handling this case thus far. I've told you in the past, and I've been kind of clear in the past, this is a triable case. I mean, there is a path to a conviction on this case. It's just not the route they're taking.
100%. It's just, and I mean, they might get the conviction. You never know with juries. But I feel like the prosecutor is doing their best to try to, they're fighting this case so hard, they're fighting themselves, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would say she's trying to tank the case, except she's not. She's the opposite of trying to tank the case. She's trying to tank, like, she's just struggling so hard that it ends up looking bad. So, yeah.
Yeah. So that was curious. But today, honestly, as we closed the defense case, I was less than thrilled with the defense's last witness.
Yeah, I kind of have a new theory or a new rule for Massachusetts. And
Everyone
the
has to
rule
show
goes
up.
like this. If your witness looks like an egg, don't call that witness.
Well,
Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know. I don't know.
That said, I do think the defense egg they should have called.
He was good. I wished he was in person more than anything else.
That was a big thing. I really thought that they, I really thought that they needed him in person. But, I mean, they have a good reason for him not being in person, which is he had surgery. He can't. So.
Oh, yeah. I know. It wasn't a convenience thing, and it was one of those that I did also kind of appreciate Reddington doing a really good job of handling the nerves that he must have had when the malfunctioning. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Honk Banana, no, I still don't understand hatless Rob. Chad loves the swoon when Rob takes his hat off, messy hair, and I love to mock chat for their collective thirst. Hatless Rob has been a thing for a little bit because I've been able to keep the hair in check, at least for the time being. Brewberries, I'm going to hold this for when we get to Dietz and Mac. I saw your chat. I'm going to hang on to it until we get there. Okay. Bob Mata, Harbinger of Imminent Death, says Bob Mata said it cleared the court, not just sidebar. Is that after the remark about the mortal sin?
Oh, that's that's interesting. If they punted everyone out.
Now, Matt McClellan, I don't know if this is a me question or an Ian question. It references a bow, so I'm assuming a bow for hunting.
No, that is not what they're referring to.
What are they referring to?
I have strong bow opinions about this. So the one prosecutor is always
the bow.
Wearing the bows.
Yes, I have an opinion about that. Mm-hmm.
And apparently this is like for one of the and I'm like, that is insanely prejudicial. If I was the judge and, one of them was like, I'm wearing a bow I'd be like, no, you're fucking not. You are not doing that. Not in my courtroom. No. And I would have said, if I see a bow again, it's a mistrial. Like, you're not doing that. Now, I mean, I might have asked around first and asked other judges and just been like, so does this prosecutor always wear a bow, or is it just for this trial? Because if it's just for this trial, I'm going to tell her, don't fucking do it. I'm not putting up with it.
The bow is the least offensive thing about what this prosecutor does for me.
It's pretty offensive.
Oh, it's offensive. Now, I'm saying it's the least offensive of all the things. There's a lot more offensive things this prosecutor does that I'm not a fan of. But it would be difficult for the jury not to make the connection by this point in time of why is this woman wearing a bow every single day after she referenced in her opening statement. And if I were a judge, if that were brought to my attention, or if I noticed it, whether it was brought to my attention by my clerk or by the deputy or by counsel, I would have addressed it, and I would be addressing it. I would say, we're not doing this in my courtroom. I appreciate that you're advocating for your client. You can do so, or you're advocating for the victim, and that's why you're doing it. You can put the bow in your pocket and remind yourself of what you're doing and get the same effect for you. But the outward expression of you advocating for the victim in this case is not appropriate in a courtroom. And I've known lawyers that have carried little trinkets in their pockets to remind them. That's fine. Internal and self-reflection,
personal
no problem.
Reminder or whatever,
But showing it to the jury is the problem.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're just prejudicing the jury.
And let me rephrase it. Let's say it's not a bow, and let's say instead it is a blouse, or if you're a male, a tie that emblazoned on the tie was a photograph of one of the children.
Yeah, I mean, in the Karen Reed trial, he was like, "I am not going to see any pink in this gallery. I'm not." And you know, if one of the lawyers had shown up wearing a pink suit or something, Judge Canone would have ripped them a new asshole. And I think that's not, not unreasonable.
And it's if this were a bench trial, we wouldn't be having the same discussion.
And if it was a bench trial, I don't think she'd be doing it.
That's even more disgusting.
That's exactly it, right? Would she still be wearing the bows if it was a bench trial? And I don't think the answer is yes.
And Kestrel makes this point, and this is something. What about choosing a tie color based on my client's favorite color? That's between me and the client only.
Yeah, if the jury if this is something that will somehow influence the jury, then okay, I can see the issue. But if you're just doing it because it's you and the client, whatever.
Yeah, and I tell that story all the time when my client testifies. Well, it's not really a story; it's kind of a practice. When my client testifies, I try to wear a tie that matches either their favorite color or their kid's favorite color, and that's a subtle thing between me and the client to put them at ease. That's not to persuade the judge, because the judge doesn't know any better. That's to put my client at ease. So, Legally Blind new sub here. Yes, we are seeing your messages.
Yes,
we see those. We do. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to chatting about legal topics, and hopefully you'll stick around for a little bit. All right, so getting into today, we'll swoop to it. Let's swoop to it. We're gonna swoop. I found the swoop. So as I was alluding to earlier, the day began a little odd. And by odd, I mean, we started with a...
Thank you. Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Would you please raise your right hand, sir?
and you see he does look like an egg.
Yes.
With really big ears, but an egg.
Testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant above shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I don't think there's volume.
Like, we are all the errors. We are muted. We are delayed. We are no microphone. He can't hear. Every tech nightmare is happening right now.
Also, how do they make him look this nebbish?
I don't know, because he's staring down at a laptop, which I hate.
I feel like this, like the being on video like this is making him look less, it's undermining him, right? So I don't know.
Well, not to spoil it, but I'm not going to go through the whole slog. Reddington tries to get into some direct examination with him, and it is torture.
That I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, about this time it's like we are not doing it this way. So they take a quote unquote brief recess. That brief recess goes.
It's like half an hour.
It's a while, and it's clear that it's like the deputy or someone keeps checking back in and saying, "Are we back up yet? Are we running yet?"
You know what finally, they do? They end up calling somebody's like 14-year-old kid to be like, "Can you fix this?" Because
And maybe at their end, they're like, "Can you get your grandkid here, like right now, to solve this?" Because
Oh yeah, I'm telling you right now, if this is happening and it's my witness on the stand, I am on the cell phone immediately and saying, I need you to go to a Starbucks where they have free Wi-Fi, and I need you to find a cozy spot that's really quiet and secluded, and we need to do this. That it is torture. So remote testimony itself is impossible. Doing it with a delay or with tech issues, every single person, even though they're not supposed to judge you for the issue or they know it's a connection, they all judge you. So Reddington handled that about as well as you could. But you can tell it kind of throws you off.
Ground, sir, I know you're a
I mean, it's
physician.
so
Tell
difficult
us,
when you
your
have
educational.
to do a direct or a direct or worse across when you've got somebody who's on video with a especially on video with a a delay. Because I had a trial where the witness was testifying from I think it was New Zealand, and the witness so there was a substantial delay, right? You ask a question, there's like a 4 count. You just can't get any momentum in a cross-examination when you have a 4 count between question and answer, and you can't interrupt them when you have to. You're like, sir, that was a yes or no question.
Yep.
And he's done. And he's like, why are you yelling at me? I finished talking. Yeah.
So we get some of the background.
Background in your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospital for Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor, and I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
So this guy turns out to be like the first person to get a forensic science qualification or forensic psychiatry qualification in the U.S. He seems to predate like the Declaration of Independence.
It's not to just sugarcoat his resume. He's consulted on the following high-profile cases: Jeffrey Dahmer, Susan Smith, Timothy McVeigh, Andrea Yates, Scott Peterson, Brian Mitchell, the kidnapper of Elizabeth Smart, Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and Casey Anthony. So
I think you missed one. I think he was also consultant on the John Wilkes Booth case.
He's literally done this forever and dealt with any number of cases that are his background is remarkable. Now, one of the challenges just is the Zoom thing. let's see. And I wanted to get to, let's see. Let's go on, because I think that's the problem, is the transcript doesn't line up, so it's difficult to find exactly where I need to be.
Whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering
that's
from
right.
a...
Hang on.
Yes, I
So
have.
you get a little
In
preview.
the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information, and I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically, and how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes, well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed, so that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter-of-fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, Doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I mean, 0 is also a number.
Well, when a lawyer who Reddington has not said in the interest of time at any point in time prior to this, when a lawyer says in the interest of time, that is supposed to be a not so subtle hint to your witness. I need you to speak a little bit quicker. But Dr. Resnick is just, he's been doing this for like a long time. He's
I mean,
gonna go at his
sometimes you
pace.
say in the interest of time, can you give us a brief summary of your resume? Because you have somebody who is just so stellar that, like, if you're, because they tender his resume and it's like a 40-page CV, right? So I'm sure it's a CV as opposed to a resume, but it's like, here we go.
Yeah.
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports,
Extensive police reports, yes.
grand jury testimony,
Yes,
photographs,
yes,
videos,
yes,
medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital.
yes,
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, women and infants?
yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing, a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
Yeah, that's going to get an objection every time. There's a way to ask that question. Reddington did not ask that question right at all.
Yeah, no, when he asked that, I was like, Reddington, you know better.
Yeah. The way that
So
you're
what do you
supposed to
need
ask
to
that
ask?
question. Yeah. go
Is
ahead.
this, are you familiar with the K scale? Yes. And this is often called like a lie scale? Yes. This is intended to, what is the K scale? Well, it's, intended to detect deception, either faking good or faking bad. Why would somebody fake good? Well, because they
Yes.
wanna, why would somebody fake bad? Okay. How does it detect these things? Okay. So now that we know what this is, how does this, how was her results on that? Were they elevated? Were they normal? Were they, and can you interpret those results? Like, that's how you sort of get through that. You can't just say, did the test say she's truthful? And yes, I poke fun at his age, but his age is also why he's a badass, because you don't get to be like, I have been on every major case you've heard of in the past 40 years without having been at this for 40 years and having been a badass even 40 years ago. So I poke fun, but this guy is seriously impressive.
Yeah.
And I really wish they'd had him in person. Like, really.
Oh, I do too. I think he would have been so much. It's tough. He would have been more engaging in person. It's just difficult to have to deal with that.
I mean, you come off like you have some sort of, intellectual or, neurodivergent issues that make communication difficult once you put that, barrier in. And for a lot of people, all of us who are neurospicy have had the experience of people who just don't like you because your communication style is different. So, you know, and it's not fair, but it's how the world works. You know, if you speak differently, people treat you poorly. And we're basically artificially doing that to him. And, you know, I wish they could have had him in person.
Oh, yeah. So we ultimately get to his opinions.
Diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, there are one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
yes,
The expert wanted to
Ms.
just start
Clancy
talking. He's like, you need a question, dude.
had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomena. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
Okay, So that's the testimony. That's his opinion there. Want to get to the last part of his opinion. Reddington ends up like flying with this witness because the answers are so long and drawn out that Reddington, you can tell, picks up his pace and just starts going question, trying to get him to move quicker. I don't know why. I think he must have just been able to see the jury was kind of zoning him out. And chat, you guys need to keep an open mind on this. I don't necessarily buy every single thing as it relates to Resnick. Resnick's just giving his assessment. Also, I thought Mac was a good witness for the prosecution today. And the prosecution scored some points in cross-examination with Resnick, too. I thought today was one of the weakest days for the defense of all the days, which it should have been.
I mean,
but
that's really what you expect because of the nature of
the rebuttal, the fact that it is rebuttal.
Yeah,
we had rebuttal.
I mean, if the prosecution didn't score something today, it's like it's done. Wrap it up. Like,
oh yeah,
you know,
I know.
I start prepping her bed at the, you know.
Well, and that's the challenge is I thought Resnick, as a last witness, the way that it was presented sucked. If the jury was, I mean, you have to hope that the jury was already with them if you're hoping for the defense to succeed there.
I think that a lot of people really liked that cross, and I think they really liked that cross because they're already massively on board. I didn't think it was a bad cross.
Which one? Of which cross?
Mac.
Oh, I thought that was Reddington's weakest cross. There
were some really good moments of it, but it doesn't string together. Some of his things didn't last. I actually am looking forward to seeing what happens on Monday because Mac is still on cross. And what I suspect we'll see is Reddington coming back with, okay, I know you're smug bullshit because, to be frank, Mac is a bit of a smug asshole. And I mean, the jury's going to pick up on that, but Reddington really needs to play into that. Because there's moments when Mac was kind of smirking at him, and I'm like, "Oh, you gotta shut that shit down or work it." And
well,
I didn't think Reddington was.
You gotta pause. You gotta pause because we're not necessarily there yet. But because Reddington also has, he only has one mode in cross-examination, and it did not work with Mac. Not in my opinion. Like the attack dog mode did not work the way for me, it turned me off 100%. I hated it. I thought it was one of the worst crosses I've seen the entire trial. By far. From a straight tactical standpoint.
Points, but some things I was just like, this isn't working for me.
Yep. He should have moved on a long time. And a lot of the points that he made were not points that score. So we'll see. But this is the end of Resnick's opinion.
They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality. And rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those two both apply to Ms. Clancy.
And
other three...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other three, the captions of them.
They can't get into a natural flow because of the...
which do not apply. One is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden, and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right. Even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law, she believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her should be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that
I thought that was a missed opportunity for the prosecution to object. He got that in on the rational and irrational belief, and it was one of the first opportunities that actually got testified to about the possibility of CPS or Child Protective Services coming and taking the children, which was not necessarily in evidence prior to that, to my knowledge, based on what I had seen.
There were some mentions of it, but they were not extensive. I thought the prosecution was partially just like going to be like, let this ride because I want to hammer this guy about the notion that what is it, unwanted child or something like that. And now I don't think that she's really there. I don't think that they can show that, but certainly that seems to have been one of the prosecution's theories. So I thought that they might be like, yeah, let's see where this goes.
women that are caretakers of children postpartum after the child is born that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet.
That was purely the
Even though
delay.
she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy,
Man, that's
indeed,
dark as an argument,
there is
isn't
evidence
it?
of her
Yep.
going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA.
Man,
Right,
his
this one-
phrasing on that is a little, I don't know, depressing. She has no choice but to live at this time. I'm like, oh, that.
Yeah, it
that-
was an interesting take. It really was. It was the way he phrased it was tough.
The thing is this guy is academic as hell, and I don't think he necessarily realizes how it plays to not academic folks. Because, I mean, I think a lot of people would be like, what is with your wording on that? I don't know. I like him.
I didn't hate him. I just thought if you have an opportunity to explain to the jury and you got your last shot, your last chance to explain to the jury postpartum psychosis, and how Lindsay was afflicted with it, and how that affliction at that time with the episodic mania and the episodic psychosis was enough that it overcame any control that she would have had over those impulses. You, candidly speaking, want to do that with charisma, and you want someone who can captivatingly explain to a jury, and the jury sitting there saying, "Oh, doctor, please don't stop speaking."
You want the Arca guys, and this guy is a bit of like Mr. Turtle.
Yeah. And that's just what I'm saying. And what's really interesting is the chat is going to hate me when we get to Mac. I'm just seeing all the opinions in chat, and the chat's going to go, they're going to hate me when we get to Mac. Because candidly speaking, anyone who's out there saying that Mac is the next Shannon Burgess you're fool. You're laughing. You're making a joke out of that yourself.
I saw, like, the thing is I got started watching this late today because I started off my day by going to the courthouse and trolling for people who I could do work for free. So I started watching late, but I saw Twitter and everybody's like, "Oh, this guy, he was Shannon Burgess," and I was like, "Oh, I'm in for a treat." And I was watching it and I was like, when's he gonna get punked? I didn't see it. I was like,
his credentials are insane too, and his experience is insane. It's the man is definitely not an amateur at all. And if anyone's saying that he's a paid expert, what do you think Resnick is?
They're all paid experts. Every expert is paid.
Yeah, they're all paid experts. They are being paid, and you better believe that their opinion is not necessarily paid for, but they would not be on the stand testifying if their opinion was not consistent with the theory of the individual who called them as a witness.
And in fact, if it was up to me, I'd probably put in as a rule of evidence that an expert's payment is not a available avenue for cross-examination unless it can be established to be a higher or more lucrative or whatever than average or than would be expected for the circumstances, something along those lines. But otherwise, it would just be like, no, nobody cares, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And for those of you saying that Dr. Mack did not have experience in treating female or individuals with perinatal or postpartum depression.
I actually thought that was the best argument that he made there. So
I thought it was the only argument he got any headway on. And
yeah. I mean, there's a little bit more, I think, but I thought he was fighting the guy a fair bit, and the guy was able to outsmug him.
Yeah, it's interesting. So let's see. The prosecution starts interestingly in cross-examination, and she scored. I wanted to get to one point that I thought that ended up being a massive backfire. Resnick does a good job in cross. He doesn't fight too much. He does pretty good.
I would like to, because I'm looking at, okay, yeah.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings,
I thought he did badly
do's and
answering
don'ts of
these.
depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick. In your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now,
I mean, this is advice we give to all of our, witnesses. This is like basic shit. So I was like, it's effective, but from the perspective of somebody who knows what all of these questions are for, or what all of these statements are for, she's kind of, making the ordinary seem sketch. And I don't think it's an inappropriate question, but I do get it.
Oh, I thought it was interesting. The thing that I laughed about. Well, I thought the first question was fair game. The second question sucked. I hated the second question. Second question was argumentative. First question was, you tell people and train people not to exceed the scope of the question, offer anything outside the question itself because it might open up avenues of attack. Resnick's response was yes. He didn't go outside the question. He stayed within the question and didn't open up anything else. So in all of his responses, he follows his own advice. But the next question of you're teaching people to mislead people by not giving information. I was like, oh, that's argumentative and technically objectionable, but no objection was made.
One motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
Oh God,
You
I
also
hate
have
this
written about
fallacy.
Parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murdered by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about
And
malingered
the
psychosis,
exercise
correct?
band. That's what she's going with on this.
Yeah.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other
He's now
practitioners.
regretting ever writing
if you,
anything.
quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory...
This is exactly how I want my defense, my expert to testify in cross-examination. Don't fight. Don't quibble. Yes, that's correct. Uh-huh. I wrote that. Yes, that's right. Like, just
a yes to that really takes a lot of the steam out of it. Because it looks so much worse to the jury if the guy fights it. Now, the exception is if the guy fights it and wins the fight. But you're up against a lawyer. They're prepped for the fight. You just figured out this fight is happening like right now. So usually the lawyer is going to win that fight. So,
for example, this ADA, I don't know if you saw that she flipped 2 pages. I think that she was hoping that he was going to fight her on one of those because I think there were more questions on those pages.
Yeah.
It takes the sting out of cross-examination with you just saying yes.
Yeah. I have had so many times when you ask a witness a question like, so, isn't it the case you stole my client's phone? And I've got like a page of I'm getting ready to hammer them. When they deny it, I'm going to and they say, yes, I did. And I'm like, okay, flip those pages over. But also it's super disappointing because I don't, I might not care in that circumstance about the phone. What I care about is them lying about the circumstances around the phone because then I can really, really trash that witness.
Or wiggling around the answer.
Yes. The wiggle, especially when they think they're doing well about that. And so they wiggle and then they smirk and it just looks like so bad. And they think they're doing great. So they keep doing it. Yeah, I love that.
Yep.
Or hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children, and to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Miss Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records? Is that correct?
Well, Miss Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination, when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December, one time, to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having...
This is the prosecutor stepping in it. Like, if you don't have the goods to constrain the witness to one answer, shut up and move on. Because
there are points here where I'm like, you need to get out of this because he's scoring on you, and that's not where you want to be. That's the point where you pull out what I like to call the ripcord answer, or the ripcord question, for when you've got you've got an expert. You don't know if you're gonna be able to make headway with them because experts are tough witnesses, right? But you make sure you've got a question that you're pretty sure you can land a good soundbite on. And so if things are falling apart, you pull out the ripcord question, hit that, and then just ride the parachute out of there.
well, and the thing is, she went for the slam dunk and she didn't need it because Resnick gave her the layup. She said that the impulse, the command voice occurred that one occasion, and that was when she stated that she killed the kids. And he said, yes, leave it there.
Yeah.
You can argue the rest in close. Don't start attacking that line when you've got the answer that you need. Because by attacking that line, it gets him to get into this where she said she had intrusive thoughts, and I can infer, because that's what he's doing. He's drawing an inference. He's not actually testifying to facts in evidence. He's drawing an inference. I can infer that the intrusive thoughts were thoughts of harming the children. And he's going to use that, because he's an expert, and they're talented at this, to get that in front of the jury that, well, of course she had the thoughts before. She just didn't talk about them.
And I mean, if she was a bit smarter, she'd be thinking, not only is this guy, an expert, he's an expert who's clearly testified, like,
a lot,
so many times. You're not gonna catch him with some stupid shit. If you want to come for this guy, you have to have the goods.
Horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis. Although
Did you hear what he just said? And for those of you saying that she said this, she did not. She did not tell him that. He just testified the impulses we're having along the way, which says to me, that's him drawing an inference. That's not him testifying to facts. This prosecutor just stepped in it. And now she can't get out because the witness has the question and can give the answer.
she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yeah, and what do you think that meant?
I think it's clear
now she's
that to
in it
harm
and she
her
can't get
children
out.
was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her
out.
doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did not
her-
acknowledge them.
But what she
She
told
did
her
not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Sustained.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken. Okay.
Yeah, that's argumentative as
You
hell.
say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers
Well, and also,
that she had an impulse to
Now
harm
she's
herself,
asking
correct?
for his opinions
That's
about
correct.
that. It's what would the person
You also, in
think?
teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about
Can we at least applaud the prosecutors for doing their fucking research? They went and found this man on a podcast.
Oh, I mean, the thing is I see people who are like, are these prosecutors bad at their job? I'm like, nope. Because they keep pulling out this kind of stuff that's like, no, they are actually really diligent. And they ask questions that are well-formed questions a lot that are just like designed to go somewhere stupid or somewhere, and it's stupid because it's offending us. You know, so I think she's got a problem with, like, you know, her position. But I mean, if she goes into defense work, I wouldn't have a problem hiring her.
It was well researched.
about malingering.
Yeah,
And you
those are
said,
homework.
and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed
My
that her
mother's
children
not an evil
were evil
wizard.
or that they were
She's a
possessed or
saint.
that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it's a
had
yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
That was the judge cutting leeway that he doesn't necessarily give to other people. That was a yes or no question.
Yeah, fair.
I've been confused on the judge in some occasions.
Had the
I don't know where the judge
belief
leans,
that
but
her
that's
children
good
would be
thing.
better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion, that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
I hated this line of questioning too. Because you know what the prosecution hasn't given us? Fucking motive.
A motive. Well, you know what else the prosecution is doing? Is sitting here going, so there's no motive, right? Like,
I
this-
know.
There doesn't have to be a motive, right? And I'm like, that is true. There doesn't have to be a motive. But juries want to hear one anyway, and they will judge you if you can't.
I know. And why is she focusing on this? And he didn't focus on it too much. He really didn't. I don't know
A
that
lot
that
of
was
this
one
she
of the
shouldn't
things
have
that
touched.
landed. This is nuclear. Because you might have members of the jury saying, okay, so why would someone with no motive who was not affected by psychoses kill their 3 children?
Yeah. I mean, she's
Like,
landing points just on the wrong net.
I thought this was the dumbest line of questioning that she had, where it was basically
Oh,
saying,
keep
oh, yes,
watching.
please confirm, please confirm that there was no motive for her to kill her kids.
Yeah. Also, here's an opportunity to talk about how awesome she is, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you about Ms. Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article, Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
This is the downside to having a
Aware from the
resume
Tewksbury
from
records
everything.
That
Yep.
On page
You've got
1136,
a
it says
paper
Ms.
trail.
Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. So were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Yes, please.
288, stage 9290 somewhere.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I
Oh,
saw
that's
her
a little
at
bit of
4 months,
sleight of hand right there.
I'm
Yep.
not sure was she already.
There's no record of her crying
been
every
at
day,
Tewksbury.
so there's a record of her crying.
Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
I have hated this part of the argument every time the prosecutor brings it up. Every single time the prosecutor brings this up.
Yeah, depressed people can smile and laugh.
Uh-huh. There are ways that you can make this argument. You can make the malingering argument. You can get the evidence out. Hell, there's enough of it here. You can go after the points that she goes after. Why make the dumb ones? Like, I don't know. She's a hammer and everything's a nail. That's what this came down to. And it drove me crazy. Get in, make your points, get out.
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes, yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on
He
cross.
doesn't go and try to
We
get
don't
the
need to
video
reconcile.
in later. I thought he
And
should
just
have.
getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth expert saw Ms. Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Ms. Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense, and we've been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
I would have
In
loved him
fact,
so
typically,
much
it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
if
Most often, yes.
Go ahead.
so. What is it? If the answer to it's like you're aware we weren't able to interview her until whatever. This guy would have been in my heart forever if he just said something like skill issue.
I put this up by Elf Wiggins. Can we remind chat, don't dox or go after prosecutors' personal lives. This is their job,
100%.
folks. This is their job. They're doing this job. We might disagree with how they're doing their job. I can guarantee you that every single person I've litigated against the opposing party, for the large part, would hate my guts and might probably, some of them might take a swing at me in public if they saw me. So this is their job.
Yeah, we always say
And you mentioned-
never get involved, so that continues to be true.
Yeah.
that her postpartum, Ms. Clancy's postpartum symptoms begin within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, I heard the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Okay, you scored a point. Go, get out.
Yeah.
There you go. She was able to conform her behavior. Now move on.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not, that if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
I couldn't make out that whisper, but was it like, get out of there?
I don't know. Yeah, there was maybe 1.5 points scored during cross-examination.
The worst sign for the prosecutors is they kind of opened the door to that video. And by the time they were done, he was just like, I don't want to cross, or I don't want to redirect. He gave up his redirect and the video because he didn't want to mess with their cross because it could only get better from there.
It just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. I thought there were points to be made. She focused on the wrong ones, the motive. She should have stuck with the malingering and the actions that she did that demonstrates that she's capable of conforming her life on a daily basis to yada yada. I just think the pound the table stuff, I don't know. I didn't particularly care for that cross.
She came in looking like she wanted to fight, and what she really needed to do with this witness was a persuade style, where you try to win them over to your side. She was too fighty in that, and I think that if she's not going to get him to admit a whole bunch, but she could have gotten him over on some of the stuff, and then you get a better, you get some wins you can show to the jury, right?
Well, she did. She actually did. She got some headwind. She goes, "You would agree with me that it's rare in cases after 8 months." Yes, I'll agree with you. It's rare.
Yep.
There you go. Move on. Stop trying to make every single point because you're not doing it.
Well, and stop trying to matlock this shit. You're not breaking this guy. So, you need to get the things he's going to agree with. Assume he's going to beat you on the things he's not going to agree with, unless you've really got the ammunition, and they didn't. I mean, the mention of the podcast ended up being more of, we've got this, but they didn't actually land anything on him because of it. Yeah.
Hang on. Give me 1 second. Are there issues with the chat right now?
The chat appears frozen.
Let me see.
Oh, chat is showing disabled. Did we lose chat? Did somebody say a bad thing?
I don't know, but I just re-enabled it. So let me know if it comes back. I don't know what. Okay, chat should be back. I'm not sure what happened.
I see
I
chat.
really don't know what happened.
I see chatting.
Yep.
People are
so
chatting.
Here's the point. YouTube. Sometimes the YouTube thing. Sometimes it is a content of the chat thing. I'm going to remind people. I very rarely have to remind this chat of these things. Very simple rules. Chat respectfully. This is very complex. These are complicated issues. There are people on both sides of these opinions. I will be expressing opinions that are contrary to what you guys will think. Ian and I will disagree on some stuff. You have to do it respectfully. You have to do it respectfully, especially.
For instance, Google Maps is
oh God,
not at fault.
Google Maps. Yeah. I think that's clipped somewhere. The years of my fight over Google Maps and that litigation.
Yes. And people were
chat
like,
is-
"Oh no, Rob and Ian are going to hate each other," and it's like, no, that's not how it works.
No, we argue over stuff all the time. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes we like pick opposite sides just to make the argument against each other because it's fun. Like I might strongman an issue just because I want to have the best come back at it. Like that's what I mean. So I'm not sure why it said it was disabled, but I imagine it has to do with perhaps some things that they didn't particularly care for in the chat. YouTube will flag that kind of stuff. So let's behave. Everyone behave. You can disagree. You can disagree emphatically, but and then also don't start throwing around your own opinions of diagnoses and what you are This is a very complicated case, folks.
If you're finding yourself too stressed by it,
Yeah, grab a beverage. That's fair.
well, specifically,
A non-mouse. This works too. Yay! Done respectfully. Thank you. Where was it? There you go. This is how you respond. Harbinger of imminent death. If you're unhappy with this prosecution, June 11th, the DA races in Massachusetts have only one candidate on the ballot, including Plymouth. Plymouth County DA is an officer 25 years. Run for office. Vote other people in office. Get organized. This is your community that you reside in, which is why we have these elections.
Bradel
Very,
for
very
DA.
much so.
Oh, he would probably punch me if he heard that I'd said that.
He definitely would. Lisa is giving in her opinion. Resnick is the GOAT, especially compared to Mac. Let me catch up on the relevant ones. Lindsay Metcalf's giving shout out. Make sure Ian is aware that EDB specifically requested his opinion on evidence that came in today in the Tupac trial.
I will try. I mean, EDB knows where to reach me too if she wants me to give a thought, but I can have a look at it. I haven't watched the Tupac trial for today yet. I'm probably gonna listen to it while I'm driving to other job.
That's going to give you ample opportunity to listen to it.
Yep, it's actually a really good system. It's like, all right, these are my books on tape. I'm gonna listen to some court proceedings.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Lisa, I wish they had an expert to say that ceasing breastfeeding affects your hormones and your emotional state. They haven't done that too much. I think a lot of it is, it's so subjective from individual to individual. I think that might be one.
These things absolutely do, affect. I've heard that it's a women-heavy jury, which means that some of this stuff is going to be in the jury room, no matter what testimony comes out on it, which is a good thing. I mean, this is part of why we want kind of diverse juries, I think. I mean, I think this is something that should be considered, something the jury can consider as part of their ordinary experience of the universe is, breastfeeding messes you up because people will have experienced that.
Yep. KW at New York Upstate. If she waited for her husband before doing it and then tried to end herself after, doesn't that show she knew it was wrong and wanted to avoid prison? It can.
It could be. And certainly
that's an inference that people can draw.
If I was the Commonwealth, I'd be arguing that, right?
Yeah, you know which one I would not have gone with? The argument they decided to go with was it wasn't a serious suicide attempt.
Oh, that's very dumb.
That's what
Because
I mean.
The
Like,
injuries, like I would have argued the opposite. I would have said, yeah, it's a serious suicide attempt because she knows she's, going to go to jail forever.
exactly. And then I would come back and say the only reason she made up the command hallucinations is because she was unsuccessful in that attempt.
Yep. That was her first plan
there you go. There's arguments that you can make backed on evidence that's there. Why did the prosecution go with that case? No, they decided to fight every single fight. And when you do that, it comes across horribly.
Well, there's there's discussion of this on Reddit and various other places. And one of the things I've seen repeatedly is lawyers asking, what is the prosecution's theory of motive here? And the problem is that nobody can give them a straight answer because they have like 5 or 6 theories now. And it's such a dumb place to be that nobody knows what your, the jury's certainly going to be going like, why doesn't the prosecution have an idea of what happened here? Why do they have 5 ideas?
And it's 5 ideas that are not necessarily consistent with one another. Like, Are you saying that it was a serious suicide attempt and she was remorseful for her conduct? Or are you saying it wasn't a serious suicide attempt and it was just faking it?
Yeah. It's Schrodinger's suicide attempt.
Which way are we going with this? Are you saying that people don't have to have a motive? Or are you saying that they do have to have a motive?
Yep.
Like, pick a lane, because right now you're just confusing everybody. So let's see. Get caught up. Sandy's saying, show the channel some love. Hit the like button. Please hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button. There's 2,500 of you here. Please hit the like button. Ian missed a Cain and Abel reference, apparently, in the Tupac case. I have to get caught up on that. Aaron Oliviat, wow, 4 years. You were my first membership. 4 years. My gosh, that seems like I can't believe I've been doing this for that long. That's wild. Lisa is making an observation. Rob, maybe it's because you're a lawyer, not a layperson, that you react badly to Reddington's cross-examination of Mac. Reporting says the jury didn't like Mac. In my head, when I was watching that cross-examination, I was saying, he better pray to God the jury's with him. Because if the jury wasn't with him, they hate him.
Well, the thing is, it's one of those crosses that you can gauge people's reaction, like you can gauge their already held vibe by whether they like it.
Oh yeah.
Because if you are on side, you thought that was great. And that's partially because they're both kind of being like snarky at each other and smug at each other. And so if you're on side with Reddington, his smug lands and the other side's doesn't, and vice versa. So if the jury is like, if the jury's made a call on this and has decided that they like that cross, if that's where they're feeling it, then I think they're really doing well when that goes into the, goes into it.
Yeah. Prosecution's expert did the same testing and found her to be truthful. Thank you, Miss Pete. KR kept trying to get it in with the wrong witness. Let's see. Kel Marie, love having NFF back. Thank God it's Friday to everyone. Thank God it's Friday indeed. Catlin, shoot. Sorry I'm late. Happy to see Rob and Ian this fine Friday. Hey, how's it going? Hope the kiddos that you're training are doing well. Oh, wait. Read more, Rob. Recovering from surgery myself. Positive note. Getting my athletes ready for volleyball and bocce competition in a few weeks. Everyone's pumped. That'll be fun. Good luck to the kiddos.
I have no idea how bocce is played, but
Meme Empress, I'm blaming Google Maps for chat yeet.
Yeah, it might be that we should have had some criticisms of Apple Maps instead.
Yeah. We went after Google, and Google is the YouTubes. So Michigan Farm Boy, throwback time. I remember that Google Map bridge issue because I was listening as I left a friend's wedding. Glad to have you back together on Fridays. Me too. I'm glad to be back too, Michigan Farm Boy. Let's see. It's the Massachusetts Commonwealth. They lost me at Massachusetts Commonwealth's ADAs. Yeah, I don't know who's making the charging decisions there. But, oh, Cain and Abel was Dr. Resnick, not Tupac.
No.
That's my bad. I missed that part. Let's see. Chloe diagnosed snarky. I don't know that I can pull this off. Any chance you guys could react to James McDonald's testimony live tonight, KVD trial? Pretty please. It's worth it. I will not be able to. I know because I have to get through one more witness, and that can take some time, and it's already been going for an hour and 45 minutes. So I know that I can't get to it tonight. I will try to keep an eye on that trial. I guarantee it's probably not going to be the only. It's not going to be the only thing. Oh, KW, NY Upstate. We punish drunk drivers who can't think straight and drive and hurt people. Why can't we convict a mentally ill person who does bad things? Very different thing. Extremely different thing. The drunk driver put something in their system that there's a known intoxicant. And then after doing that thing that they knew was going to put them in a state of inebriation, got behind the wheel of a 3,000-pound murder weapon and took to the street.
The only comparable thing would be for like an impaired where the impairment was unintentional.
Yeah.
And the thing is that is a defense. Like,
yes, it is.
You know, I had a client girl at party who left party because she was starting to like feel weird, and then was later found like all over the road having hit like 4 different cars. And yeah, the initial charge, you know, of impaired driving was eventually, when the prosecutor kind of was shown the like the math on that one, the prosecutor's like, A, we're not going to get a conviction, and B, we don't want one anymore. So I really appreciated that from the prosecutor, to be honest.
Yeah. And there are instances where you have different charges that you can bring. It's difficult to do this. The hypothetical would be different if someone is known diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic and they are prescribed medication for it, and they take their medication, they're compliant with their medication, they do that, and they are doing that, and by taking that medication, they bring themselves into compliance with lawful conduct, right? They're aware of it, they are able to do that. If they intentionally go off their meds, then you might have a better argument. The action of them intentionally taking themselves off their medication, knowing that that would be a consequence of taking themselves off their medication, they could be held to account for the conduct that would naturally follow from taking themselves off the medication. You can see even just by laying that out, and that's a tough case as it is, even just by laying that hypothetical out, this is quite different. This is someone who had a mental health condition that was in the process of being addressed and diagnosed, who was going to various doctors and providers trying to address it, and may have been taking medication, may not have been taking medication as prescribed, because there was adverse side effects to the various medications that were being prescribed. We were nowhere near the person who's found a course of treatment that actually works to bring them in compliance with lawful conduct, and then intentionally discontinues that treatment. So I've called this case a failure of epic proportion across the board, and I mean that across the board. Let's see. Next witness says, Rob, just want to say very happy to have you back. Look, you look great. Hope all are well. I am very well. Everyone's happy, healthy. We're all good. Love being back too. Hollister, love the throwback. Still say it is an app and not a map. And Hollister gives 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and pull the non-question super chats up during the course of the testimony, just because I don't want these things to go and get stale. I am saving questions. I have not lost questions, and I will do my absolute very best to read every single super chat that comes in. I don't think I've missed one in a long time. So I do see them. Let's get to Dr. Mac. We should swoop to Dr. Mac. New swoop. Dr. Abram Mack. Here we go. All right.
At Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts, or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hired you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
An overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or a no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally, one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important, medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on a common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
Where,
that.
if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the term.
So this is the first time that I'm going to start being a little, that's what I mean, a little spicy on Reddington. Go ahead.
Reddington really doesn't object to many leading questions, and he has been letting her do it the entire time. And, you know, he really should have been policing that shit a long time ago.
He also should have gotten an admonishment on that. Like, because he says, objection to the leading, let's see if he knows.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
you don't want to do that in front of the jury, but that is the issue.
It is. It is. But that's when Reddington makes his objections, they're always argumentative as hell. And like I said, if you like him, you like that. If you don't like him, you hate it. Yeah.
He's been pretty sparing on the objections, and he could have been objection leading the entire entire Commonwealth case.
I think he should have been a long time ago.
Yeah. He should have. I mean, she even has trouble getting through things without leading. So when you've got somebody like that, you hound them on it. You know, oh, you struggle to make your argument without leading your witness? Cool. We're not going to let you make your argument then. Like,
well, the background is painful because she should have gotten to this question a while ago. I do like that she got to this question because she's the first one that actually got to this, because Reddington didn't do that with Resnick, of the legal standard and why are you actually doing an evaluation? What's the purpose of your evaluation? And why is this legal standard important? And what does the legal standard mean? Why are you giving this opinion? I like that.
That's
the
he did
first
ask
one.
Resnick at the end, you know.
Oh, yeah, it was at the
like,
very end.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would have put it too, right?
But he asked him in the context of what your opinion was.
Yeah.
This one is at least foundational of why are you even here? For what purpose are you called to offer an opinion? Why does an opinion matter?
Terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition. Any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
Okay. And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brainwaves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders, and these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
Okay. And you said it's not the end-all be-all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, it is the
it is the end-all be-all.
Uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to get.
Yeah, this is where a lot of this leading gets really annoying, and she's done it the whole trial.
And when she's like starting to lead things that the witness doesn't believe are true.
Like there's other ways of doing it, right? It's not just this. And he's like, no, this is what I use.
Like she's trying to impeach him at this point.
Kind of, and she's done that before. It's kind of odd.
Well, she actually directly asked to impeach one of her own witnesses, and the judge is like, what?
I heard that part. So it's interesting.
Gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
Okay. And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
This is a good question, and I didn't indicate earlier. Resnick was the last witness for the defense. It then shifted to the prosecution's rebuttal case. This is the prosecution's rebuttal case. This is her witness to rebut the testimony brought on by the defense.
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Right. He reviews a bunch of documents. Oddly enough, he doesn't distinguish himself very much from the other documents. Let's get forward to the meat of some of his opinions.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that she, if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case
Well
is
done.
about.
You've just established
Her
she's got
separation or
remorse.
estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your...
All right, I'm going to pull this up because I've seen this mentioned 9 million times in chat. No. The McNaughton rule, no state used the McNaughton rule. You know why? Because the McNaughton rule was from England. Like, it is older than dirt. So, no. We all have our individual standards. The McNaughton rule was the origins of where those standards come from. So it is not a fail for a doctor to reference the origins of the legal standard, especially when all of them derive from that original understanding. So yes, I know, chat. We know that McNaughton is not the actual rule that's applied in Massachusetts, but Massachusetts is a derivative of that.
description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is a head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1.
Melatonin.
Hang on. I skipped. I didn't mean to skip. Damn it. I hit a button. Wrong button.
Like most psychiatric medications. When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
Okay. And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning, but there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have had some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory, and Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint?
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Okay. Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder, But the important point about it is a major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay, and you indicated that.
All right, so there's that. That's a diagnosis.
The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her.
All right,
He's
so
like,
the first two.
I thought that was reasonable too, because, clearly we can hear her thoughts.
Yeah, the first two, I'm like, all right, I get it. That makes sense. This one is where he started to lose me.
Yeah, this is, I'm like, interesting.
It's one thing to say that you just don't believe what the patient is saying. It's a different thing to try to explain your way out of this box. And it's this part where he tries to explain his way out of this box that I didn't particularly care for him. If someone comes to me and says, "Hey, can you hear my thoughts?" I'll let him testify to this, and then we'll recap.
Asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
Okay, Ian.
Can you hear my thoughts is different than did you hear that?
Very different. That was where he kind of lost me. Like, I was really following this guy, like, right up to this point. Like, I was like, got major depressive disorder, got it, no problem, understood. Now, how do we explain the possible psychoses? And he gets to this, and he says, no, it was completely irrational for her to ask her mother whether her mother could hear her thoughts. Because that was testing whether she was grounded in reality or not. It was an interesting take. Really interesting take.
Everyone's making some choices.
And you
Yep.
had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you're able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right? Do
Yes.
you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yeah, so an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right, so I use that term specifically. As I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right, not only were they concerns,
That's the kind
but
of
they
argument
aligned
that
with the
only
realities that she
persuades
had
you if you're
experienced.
already persuaded.
Now,
Yeah.
what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
Madam Prosecutor, if it is your case and your primary case that the intrusive thoughts were not of self-harm or harming others, why would you ask the question in a fashion that would suggest that there were several intrusive thoughts or frequent intrusive thoughts?
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality.
I personally think that statistic is underreported,
Oh, yeah.
significantly underreported.
Oh, I suspect those thoughts are a lot more common than people are willing to admit.
Yeah. It comes up a lot in divorce cases. Just the topic of the period immediately following the birth of our child and how difficult that is for spouses, because postpartum depression is a real thing that a lot of people deal with.
Or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some points, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Counsel, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right.
He's like, counsel, I really got to take a shit. How long is this going to be?
It's really interesting to me just how he gets to a lot of this stuff. So he talks about linear thinking He talks about being able to organize their thoughts, and how well. Give me 1 second. Where was it? About the interview. There's that borderline of the DSM postpartum. I had it in my notes. Maybe it's after. I think it's after the lunch break. The issue is here's. Let me explain part of the difficulty I'm having right now. I will usually take notes based on the transcript of the closed captioning. And I will pull up the closed captioning transcript to try and remind myself where in the video I had seen or heard a certain bit of testimony. The problem I'm having today is the closed captioning was about an hour and a half off of the actual real time on the video. So I am finding the place in the transcript exactly where I want to be. Finding it in the video is not happening the way I need it to be. It's very frustrating. I don't like it. It's bothering me a lot. And I'm struggling my way through it, and I apologize for the delay in me getting to where I need to get in the video. Because there's a really important part that I want to get to. So, let's see.
Bring that out with that sources.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events early in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband
video.
Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had.
That's my fault. Thank you, Ian, for bringing that back up. Did the chat hear any of that? They did. I think the chat heard it. They were just staring at our faces.
Yes. And I was like, Rob, video. And I'm like,
dumb.
wait.
That's my brain.
Can I use the buttons?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, Ian can use the buttons. I'm still learning how to use the buttons again. For those of you who didn't catch it, let me actually rewind this, because this doctor gained a whole lot of credibility with me on this, because the DA wanted him to say something. I don't know that he said here. Where was
consistent
inconsistent or consistent? So
to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had.
The DA definitely wanted to say, well, her having a good day was inconsistent with thoughts of suicide. And this doctor, to his credit, was like, no,
that's not how that works.
That's not how that works. Like, he immediately kind of goes straight at that and saying that does not mean that's what that is. And the doctor comes back to his credit and says, and that's one of the reasons why I hate these leading questions, because it actually makes the doctor seem less credible than he is. Because the way the question was posed, it was posed in a way that tried to elicit a response the doctor wasn't willing to give.
And good for him.
Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience.
So tell me how that helps the prosecution's case.
Well, I think the prosecutor is saying she didn't have command hallucinations. She just wanted to,
no longer be alive.
Herself. And then she decided to take her kids out with her. But,
but this
she
also
wasn't
gets
psychotic.
me back to,
she was just depressed. I think that's going to be their argument.
But it gets me to the same argument I was making before of what lane do they want to be in?
Oh, it's
was
a new
it a
lane.
Suicide attempt, or was it not a suicide attempt?
It's a new lane, but it's at least a better lane. It's a less dumb lane.
Well, they should have chosen this lane early on in the case. Like, if this was the lane they were going with, they should have chosen this lane way early.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Like, I can sell this argument. You could sell this argument. The facts could support this argument.
It could have been way better.
while they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the, what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
The doctor also just testified that they can be sporadic. She came in with a question, obviously leading, saying, please say they're going to be persistent. Tell me about these command hallucinations. Are they persistent? And he says they can be persistent or they can be erratic. It's not helpful to the Commonwealth's case.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement?
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him?
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
I have avoided streaming the nastier bits of this or the more specific details of this. I am streaming these specific details for a reason, because he tries to use this as a basis of explaining something in a second that I think is really frustrating. I just didn't get it.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay, and then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things.
I want to get to the meat of what he actually testifies to, so I think it's about 90 seconds.
There was a question.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, and that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house. Were you aware of that?
All right, here we go.
Based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely a major depressive episode, as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible, to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is...
So because she didn't kill her kids earlier and she was engaging in normal behavior, that somehow disproves or indicates that she had the capacity at the time that she killed her kids to understand and conform to lawful conduct. Does that argument seem circular to you?
Mm-hmm.
It's why
But I mean, it's very convenient for the Commonwealth.
It is. I have difficulty
Am I
with
being
that.
too cynical?
No, I have difficulty with that because I understand the argument being that her mental state was just a continuation of what it was before. There wasn't a demonstrable or significant change in her mental state. Okay, that understood. And she was able to conform her behavior to lawful conduct. And then using those examples, but how does that get me to in the moment that took place that she was able to conform her behavior to lawful conduct? I guess that's the part I'm struggling with, is the circular logic to that. And I don't understand. I get the point he's trying to make. I don't understand the logical leap he made to get there. I think that's the point I'm making, or the point I'm struggling with.
Is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior, and in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an action.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable.
We'll strike that. He's not sure about it. All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking, and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statement that she
That's a better argument. That's a better argument that in that conversation with Dr. Tufts, she was able to demonstrate normal thinking, normal way to navigate the world. Okay. But the whole, like, she went through the motions of behaving in society, therefore she appreciated the moment at the time. I don't know.
referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And
Oh,
why?
this one.
My understanding is that the sentiment "go to God" is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents, as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so "go to God" not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Yeah,
Just
at this
that.
point, I'm just like, you are so completely full of shit, my dude.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, this is
Like,
where with
This
the
is like,
prosecution,
I just made up a story, is what that is.
and this
right?
this is the dumb part. He was with me. The thing is, he's with me all the way through the depressive episode. Yeah, I can follow him on the conformity behavior. It's where he starts to do the circular logic here and where he does the go with God that I'm like, to draw from the go with God and say that indicated that she knew the children were innocents and that what she was doing was sending them to God and that was wrong and she was wrong.
Yeah. Like,
Don't
dude,
go
come
there.
on.
If you're the prosecutor, don't go there. Why do you have to go into that subject? Why do you have to go to that one sentence? Why do you have to do that? Focus on the
Because
other
she
parts that he
is
focused
trying to
on.
get every little possible thing, even the ones that are going to blow up in her face.
That's the problem. That's the problem I have with this prosecution. Don't try to get every fucking thing in. Focus on your case. Try your case. That's the crazy part. You
She
lose
wants to win
the
on all
room,
these like stupid points that are not winner points.
and you lose the room by doing so.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified, indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
You know what? Pair that with the suicide. Pair those two things together, and you might have a case.
Better argument,
Like-
certainly.
That's a better one.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you?
What?
Nope. You haven't heard the worst. Have you heard this part yet?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Have you heard this
I
part
did
yet?
hear it, but I matter now.
This was the part that I was like, all right, we're
just
about
bullshitting
done with this one. Yes, he said methodical.
Because you can commit murder,
Wait,
you can do the dishes.
no, it's different.
You mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children,
That's not
methodically,
thoughtful.
where
That's
did she?
random. Like failing at one thing and then trying another one isn't thoughtful. And
my
my dog
mind,
isn't being thoughtful when I sit there with a treat and the dog just does every trick that it knows.
It was the methodical part that did it for me, where he's like, because she demonstrated the capability of organizing the children one at a time and doing this one thing at a time and methodically carrying this out in a manner that she knew was going to achieve the end, that demonstrates that she's capable of conforming to lawful or organized conduct.
It's just
I didn't get that. Like that part, I didn't like. Conforming to behavior deemed appropriate by society. Yeah, I thought the argument was somewhat circular, and I thought there were some issues with that. The regret and remorse combined with the actual serious attempt at suicide, liked it. Good argument, strong argument. Points to the prosecution. Go with God. You're speculating. No. And then because
just
she
fantasizing.
organized,
It's not speculation at that point. It's just,
well, because you organized the killings in a fashion that you did it in this really neat and tidy area or tidy manner. I don't think that doesn't disprove psychosis. Why? Because
Not
psychosis, if psychosis comes and I get a command hallucination, all of a sudden, because the command hallucination tells me to do something, I have to do it in a completely disheveled, crazy, and illogical manner. That part I didn't get. I didn't get that at all.
Rob, stop embarrassing the professional in his own field. With your basic logic and stuff.
It didn't. That part did not make sense. And why try to make that stretch argument? Why try to make that fit? It just seemed
that it just makes everything else seem like it's made up.
Like you would be better. Never mind. It's just Michigan Farm Boy. Did I miss the part where the ability to conform your behavior is an element to the not guilty by reason of insanity, or are they just harping on the knowledge of wrong and glossing over the conforming? No, it is. There's multiple elements to it. The ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of your conduct and the ability to conform with that appreciation. And you have to have the inability to do that to succeed in a not guilty by reason of insanity. And what's crazy about this is I could actually believe that she is afflicted with postpartum psychosis and still in that moment have had the capacity to kill her children and appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct. The prosecution is just losing their own case.
Report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this, and yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say I'm having these thoughts, so it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that are required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max Stevie is the next incident.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
291.
Okay. Before Reddington begins his cross-examination, I'm going to give you an indication as to why I'm pissed at his cross-examination. Because the last 10 minutes of this expert's testimony is right where I would have jumped down this expert's throat. That's what you attack. You go after the most preposterous thing that he just said in court. And you rip the logic to pieces.
But I would say you generally don't build to it when it's the thing they just said. You build to it if it was something that was way earlier.
Oh yeah. But what this witness just said almost, and that's why if I'm doing this cross-examination, I'm not Reddington. He's been doing this for a lot longer than I have. If I'm Reddington, my approach is, I'm sorry, doctor, did I just hear you right? You just said that because she was able to methodically execute or kill her children, that demonstrates her capability of conforming with lawful conduct. Let's break that down and just start attacking that logic. But because if I'm the jury and you start doing that, I'm immediately just going, yeah, bro, did you really just try to sell me that bill of goods? Like, I need you to explain it a little bit better. Which is why I got frustrated with this version of the cross, like where he goes after the credentials and the background.
Mr. Reddington?
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorneys, right?
I actually did.
Okay, so we're going to talk semantics.
I thought that was objectionable, but I
did
also thought it was exactly what he needed to do.
What, go in right and quibble with the semantics?
Well, just be like, you're going to fight me on the definition like of investigation? Basically saying, we're not playing that game to the expert. You know, I will embarrass you for that. Because otherwise you'll get experts fighting you on the definition shit all the time.
And I'll disagree with you on this. If I'm an expert, I'm not going to concede that I did an investigation. I did an evaluation. That's my professional capacity. I will not concede that word. So I thought, for me, this is where Reddington started to lose points. Rephrase it. If he's saying evaluation, use his word. But fighting him on investigate versus evaluate, he's not an investigator. He's not there to do an in-depth investigation into how the cause of this murder. He's there to do a professional evaluation. That's where Reddington started to lose me. And I think that this is where, if you're on the jury and you like Reddington, you're 100% where Ian was. If you didn't like Reddington or you were ambivalent, I don't know where you are.
Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life, and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her.
What
To
did
the
you
extent
say
that,
about her
I'm sorry,
education? What did she tell
can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at
He's quibbling. He's fighting.
He is. He's fighting. And Reddington doesn't give him a chance to answer half the questions either. Where was I had started a question that somebody else had highlighted or someone made, and it was way back. This one. This was a comment that was made related to the prosecutor cutting off Reddington asking Resnick a question. Doesn't give him the chance to answer the question. What
did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there, you listen to the question, And answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about, I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
Answer
tell
the
you,
question, and we'll go from there.
what did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college, and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you worked with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early or didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. I might have heard it from
Let's
the
talk about,
defendant
let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why are you
wasn't.
telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of
No,
a person's
that
work?
wasn't the question.
So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was, you don't know what her hours were, you don't know what her reputation in her work community was, you just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes,
And her husband was Patrick, right?
yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Okay. Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
Child, the first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
He's like, I
If
mean what
recall,
I said.
I think she.
But my question is, how is any of this relevant to what the doctor had to do for an evaluation?
I mean, he's just, basically beating up the doctor a bit. And fair enough. If you can, you do it.
Yeah, but is the doctor testifying to her life history, or is the doctor testifying to whether or not she could appreciate the legality of her conduct at the time something occurred?
Yeah, but the point that they're making or trying to make is your assessment is crap and it's meaningless because you didn't know shit.
Okay, but why do I need to know about her background, education, and whether or not she was a good employee in order to make an assessment of whether she could appreciate the lawfulness of her conduct in a given moment when she strangled her kids?
I mean, the argument is, hey, if she doesn't know these things, she's not, or she's clearly not, or she's not getting a good assessment if they don't know this stuff.
All right, and then if I have to know that. But if I'm saying that I don't know it offhand and you're giving it to me and trying to grill me on not knowing the specific life instances, every single occasion she had verbatim, while I'm testifying in my capacity as an expert to whether or not she had the ability to conform her conduct to lawful behavior, I don't know that that's relevant. And I don't know that that's necessarily a fair question in front of the jury to hit me with a pop quiz on what her background and experience was every single occasion of her life. I get your point. I do.
He absolutely can. He's allowed to go with the pop quiz. That's so.
Oh, he is. I just think that, and this is where I think that he must see something with the jury that they buy, that they like this, because I don't think a lot of lawyers would spend this much time on this.
Yeah, or he's misreading them. Like, that's also a possibility, right? We just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but because he harps on it for a while, and he looks back at the jury a bunch of times too. So maybe he sees something in the jury. He sees red meat in what they're responding to. But for me, this is kind of okay. How does any of this undermine his professional evaluation of her mental health state at the time that she committed the murders, the killings? Yeah, and here's the thing. For me to claim, I'm allowed, if I claim to study her history and all the notes, so he's not, yeah, but this isn't, trial testimony isn't necessarily a pop quiz on what I can remember when I made my evaluation, which is included in my fucking report. Evaluations and mental health evaluations, they're open book tests. Like they're supposed to be. You want them to be. You don't want them to be, hey, pop quiz, what's your professional determination? Oh, I knew. I knew chat was going to disagree with me on this. I really did. I knew chat was going to help. I knew that they were going to hate me for this. I get it.
Had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
You mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home, after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or was she living, where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She wasn't living in Weymouth, or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors, too. She became anxious.
What factors yet? We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say, she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had
Hey,
throughout her
I'm
life.
going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir.
All right, next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
He does this with so many questions. The squeezing completely impermissible comments into the question.
Yeah.
Like, as you were waxing so eloquently, or he said, let me clue you in on how cross-examination works. Like, so many questions. If I was opposing counsel, it would drive me fucking crazy because I'd be objecting so much. And I'd ask for sidebars and instructions. It would be impossible because he does it with every question. There's always a comment. It's so funny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime? Fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was...
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The question called for yes or no answer, all right? And so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Judge likes Reddington a lot. I know a lot of judges that would have admonished the other direction and gone after Reddington for that rather than. Judge likes Reddington.
Can you state the
I mean,
question?
how can you not?
You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially one who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022. Okay. After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
Do you recall that from the DA?
the term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So, like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
And what's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out. From the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
I love that senior prosecutor is telling the junior prosecutor when to stand up and object.
Yeah. And you can hear the whisper, whisper, whisper.
Yeah, the whisper, 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 which is also mute your fucking microphone. Let's see. Forward on the when you were engaged and when you were retained. Again, I struggle with this. Like, what point are we making? Like, you've made a couple of points here. Like, you didn't do a whole lot of really comprehensive review. I like the collaterals point. Okay, you didn't contact the collateral. Great, you made the point. But he lingers a lot, and he begins a point, then he stops a point, and then he forgets it, and he moves on to another point. Did you catch that a couple times? He's like, well, I'll just move on. I'm like, come on, man.
You're like, no, finish your point.
Yeah, finish it. My brain, my ADHD can't do it. Like, you have to finish the thought. Otherwise, I'm going to be like in 9 different thoughts at one time.
Oh, like it's your first
December
time.
of 20
Come on.
Before, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, or what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Tietz and Associates.
Dietz. He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
And that's where I think Max started responding, where people didn't really care for that, because that is the first time that I really caught that Mac responded. Kind of sounds like you know him. Like, I know where this is going. I didn't particularly like that. What is Meme Empress says bald cap or the worst tan line? Which is it? I think it's an unfortunate tan line. I do, but I don't hate the fact that he kept the top of his head from getting sunned. So that's smart. Skin cancer is a real thing. So
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but overruled. I said Park Tietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Tietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yeah. And you know that he's a guy that testified in a case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he...
it's completely impermissible, by the way. Like 100% impermissible. Like, that's, yeah.
This guy doesn't matter to the story here.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates.
For varies from 8:25 p.m. my time. So Burberry's asked from several hours ago, and I saved it until this moment. Commonwealth turned to Dietz's firm for experts. Mac, Dietz is why Yates' first conviction got overturned. He said a Law and Order episode gave her the idea, but it never existed. They ended up doing an episode based on Yates 2 years after he testified. So Burberry is coming in with closing the loop to that door that, or closing the door that Reddington started to open, but then was precluded from opening because no, you cannot introduce that in front of a jury. No, that is not permissible for this particular expert that's on the stand, but it is very fascinating information to know.
I'm gonna cite the rule of funny and allow it.
Yep. Well, I will. Hey, I allow, this is not a trial. You're allowed to talk about that stuff all the time.
It's like
Forensic experts. Right?
if the judge is just like, I'm allowing it because it's funny.
Crazy Cat Queen. My brain has too many tabs open. 4 of them are frozen, and I have no idea where the music is coming from. Yeah, me all the time.
Right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the letterhead basically says.
Mac, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park, Dietz, and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park, Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a robust
background.
career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yeah.
To the point that the chat keeps making about he evaluated her 3 years after the fact. When the hell was he supposed to evaluate her?
That is where the prosecution goes on that.
But when the hell? When was he supposed to have evaluated her? On what occasion were they going to get access to a individual who was being advised by counsel not to testify, or when would they have had the opportunity to evaluate her? Anyone have an answer? No? No?
I mean, we get an answer in the testimony.
But the answer is basically that they did not have the opportunity until they filed the notice of the intention to rely on that. That's what I'm saying, is people criticizing that it took 2.5 years or 3 years for the evaluation. They didn't notify the Commonwealth of their intention to rely on this defense until, what, 2024? Late 2024?
Yeah, they had to get a court order for it.
And then they need a court order. So, yeah, I get it. The evaluation was a long time after the fact. You don't get to do the same thing the defense does. The defense has opportunity to consult with their client at any time. I mean, Reddington had a psychiatrist friend of his go in there immediately, right? That's great, wonderful. Prosecution doesn't have that luxury because the individual has the right not to testify or give incriminating statements.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay, I didn't know.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you're going to try to be independent?
Being independent is the
The
expectation.
answer yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
Are you referring to Dr. Halpern?
I am referring to Dr. Halpern. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halpern, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do, both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
My guess is they had one opportunity to get whatever doctors in there that they could.
Yeah.
Again, completely permissible and expected. If I'm going to allow my client to sit for an evaluation, you better have all your experts there for that evaluation. And I better be court ordered or required to do it. And you're saying they could have asked for it earlier? Nope. Denied. Not until they put it at issue. Until they put her mental health at issue, it's not at issue. Every defense attorney wins that argument 10 out of 10 unless they put it at issue.
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both of you together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park, Dietz, and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park, Dietz, and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No, I have not talked to him about his
Have you
report.
talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that
No.
mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
no, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same,
Virginia?
same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
What did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but
Number 8 on
no. But what does it say in its entirety?
ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look
The
at it.
Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume. How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, devil's lettuce, and other hallucinogen use. Dealing
loves
with
the
what,
devil's
pediatrics,
lettuce.
kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did, under lectures by invitation, that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drug school in the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood Development and Psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood Development, again, and Psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive Bias Think Tank is another one of the lectures that you gave, is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a
Where did he get caught lying? Comment from Sunshine Love. He's been caught lying and getting paid to lie. I'm done. I don't. He's giving answers. I don't see has he lied that he got caught in a lie on anything that I've missed?
I don't think so.
No. He's explaining a lot of his stuff in his his resume. This is not a Shannon Burgess thing. I have that's what I'm not getting, and I just don't understand this part. Why the chat hates so much of this. His CV is remarkably impressive. I mean, he's testified as a forensic psychiatrist in various capacities all over the country. Forensic psychiatry is a very broad field. Did they ask what Dr. Resnick if he's a specialist in PP, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression? No, because he has a very broad field of forensic psychiatry. So the chat is, you guys, if you're going to put the two of these psychiatrists in the same camp or be able to take a look at them, you have to do so objectively evenly. Like you really do. You have to look at them equally. You don't think any of the adolescents he's treated or spoken about or interviewed or dealt with have been female? And he does testify to a wealth of experience he has. You're talking about the licenses? Having licenses that are lapsed, licensed in? That's nothing. That's just not maintaining the license as active. It's still a license, it just shows it's inactive. I think that's the problem I'm having is y'all are not viewing this even fairly at all. Not at all. There's answers that he gives that are evasive. Answers about his CV, that's not the evasive. Those aren't the evasive answers. I just don't. I don't know who y'all want. I think it was any doctor. If it was any doctor, any forensic psychiatrist that took the stand on behalf of the Commonwealth, y'all be ripping that doctor the same way. Which I have an issue with. I have an issue with that. I didn't think he was evasive here.
Possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publication, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematous age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the...
All right, let's go. He's evaluating a condition he doesn't believe exists. No, he's evaluating a condition that DSM-5 doesn't recognize as a specific condition. And he's clarifying that DSM-5 does not recognize this as a specific condition. He says that a lot. They quibble over it back and forth. He's not discrediting the condition. He's saying that it's not a diagnostic condition that exists within the DSM-5. Tell me what's inaccurate about that. There you go. There's one that's completely wrong. Where was it? Priority is on child and adolescents. Okay, it doesn't mean he's not capable of making a forensic assessment or diagnosing under the DSM-5. Let's see. I think that's the issue I'm having is that there is a part of this case. I'm not scolding the chat so hard. What I'm saying is the frustration I am having is that I am trying to approach this case with an understanding that there are people on both sides of the aisle that actually have very well-founded opinions as to whether or not this individual was capable of conforming their behavior to lawful conduct. And the DAs have done a really shit job at presenting this case. But shitting on a doctor who's actually remarkably qualified, it just ain't it. Oh, he's evasive in various questions, and he comes across smarmy in some. But like, I think his conclusion is suspect. He discredits and he doesn't go after. He doesn't make the logical connection of she can conform to logical behavior because she didn't kill her kids, or she killed her kids in a methodical way. That I have issue with. His conclusions. I just don't see it the same way.
Ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line-associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You have to remind me, there was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right,
So,
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking you. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS.
That was
in
evasive.
patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC AA, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not book, but yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web, drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So
that's
sorry.
when.
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And
What did
so
you do?
since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit, and so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP, and so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built, and so yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these.
Yeah, that didn't go so well.
What? What didn't go well? Why don't you explain it? Explain.
He lost control of the witness. He let the witness explain a whole lot of shit that he really didn't want explained. And
Because the shit that got explained was that he has a whole lot of contact in treating women and females that are in maternity, and that he's done this. And people are like, but it's 2001. No, he just went through his resume like from 2001 to present, where he's basically been involved in treating women that entire time.
mm-hmm.
And that's because Reddington couldn't stop himself from like going after and trying to make the point.
Mm-hmm.
So whoops. That's the point. All y'all saying, oh, you didn't treat women. Yeah, he just testified to a whole lot of history that's more than many professionals will have their entire career to treating women. So, and if you think the maternity wards didn't have any form of postpartum or anything that they were concerned with there, or any follow-up on that, yeah.
Pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth, and I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Great
Not to my
question.
memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me,
I don't want to show you anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury. Did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer. She was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Certainly.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second, Doctor. Sorry. All right, go ahead. You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So, over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
This, I thought, was a dumb line of questioning by Reddington. Didn't everyone has agreed that she was resistant? She didn't want to take medications. That was reported in every single psychiatrist's note that she wanted to avoid medications.
No, Reddington wins this one.
Am I wrong with half of the comments by Tufts, Gelada, all the treating psychiatrists, and everybody that was beforehand was that she was resistant to medication? She wanted to not take medication?
No, this one is won by Reddington.
awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently
a bad
was
answer.
anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had.
Yes. Okay. How about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety.
That's different. The lifelong of anxiety, that's not what I remember from the testimony. I remember the resistant medication from Tufts and Gelada and everyone else when she was being initially treated.
Anxiety, and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Hold on. Mr. Rakely, go ahead, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she?
The lifelong part. Now I get it. That's the part, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't focused on this one specific instance where she had resistance to take medication. It's the fact that he said lifelong
Well, and even then he can narrow it down.
to the medications in the postpartum period. Basically, I don't want the medications entering the bloodstream or entering my milk.
Specifically while she was breastfeeding.
Breastfeeding. Yes. Which is logical.
And yeah.
But then
he
help me
on that point.
Help me remember this though, because I thought, and I believe I recall Tufts' testimony pretty specifically, that Tufts testified that she was concerned about the medication as they would have side effects on her. Not necessarily, this was not related to the breast milk and feeding. Tufts testified that she had a resistance to medication. She didn't want to take medications because she was concerned about side effects. That was my question. I believe that was her testimony from back then. So I thought that was known, at least documented in those records.
Just trying to think. I can't remember.
Because I thought it was the side effects that she was worried about. She didn't want to go on the SSRIs because she was worried about side effects. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
Yeah,
that was my
remember.
recollection of Tufts' testimony, or some of it, which is why I thought that Reddington going in on that, because let me put it this way: if the prosecutor stands up in redirect and pulls out Tufts' records that shows these, then Reddington will have lost that point and losing it badly. But I don't know. I'm recalling that testimony from what, 2 weeks ago?
Yep. So
Where the end is saying that Zoloft was chosen because of the breastfeeding, remember? I remember not just the Zoloft. I remember the Zoloft discussion, but I remember the resistance to any medication. She didn't want the side effects from any medications. So I'm going to wait on that one.
She have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next
She
question.
didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that
What are you
generally she does
making
not want to be
this
taking
up?
medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as an adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to
You
be.
believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my report?
I don't care. Because it's not there.
That would earn me an admonishment from the judge. Yeah, you can look at it because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
No, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take the medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk.
Those are two things that Reddington just said. The reluctance was accompanied by the concern.
He really neatly
So-
wrapped that in a bow and looped it on itself.
He did, but you know those are two separate things, right? Like the reluctance to take medication was one part, and then he also says the concern about the breast milk. So the doctor actually writes in his report two things. Like there's a reluctance to take the medication as well as the concern about entering the breast milk. That's what the report says. Now Reddington wraps it in a bow and delivers it as one. But, and then Lisa, she waited from September to October because of the breastfeeding. Okay. And this is, you guys are helping me remember some of the testimony. She did take them in high school and college. I remember the college, the Prozac was summoned Prozac. So.
Okay, so other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No rule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong, I
happy
know.
to. What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses, yes.
Right, and it's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD.
What does that stand for?
The International.
Every single doctor, every single forensic psychiatrist in every single trial in all of the United States will always use the DSM-5. They will. Until the DSM-6, which is not going to come. We're never going to get the DSM-6. They will always use the DSM-5. It is just going to happen.
There's already been testimony, though, that for like billing and so forth, like different that gets used for, or different standards get used for that.
For the billing codes, because the DSM-5 doesn't recognize certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that the DSM was kind of out of date for some things.
Yeah, it is. And it's recognized that it is. So you begin with the DSM-5. And then you go and you deviate from it for the things that DSM-5 doesn't explain, which is exactly where postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis kind of finds itself. DSM-5 doesn't adequately explain those two diagnoses. So you have to start with the DSM-5, and then you have to go outside of that to reach your ultimate conclusion. It's just, the DSM-6, to my knowledge, has been in editing phase and comment phase for years. So if we see that thing in 2029, I would be shocked. I can't imagine.
classification of disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, are you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States...
No. I'm asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM, though, right? 5 TR for text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There's a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point. But I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was the DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classic...
I wrote my thesis on this was he didn't have to do that, but you can kind of tell it's like he likes the DSM history. It just...
Do you think that this guy ever misses an
going back to
opportunity to talk about his thesis if it comes up?
No, I don't think so. I think many
They just
dates
gave
probably
the
heard
opening
about.
to mention it.
Many dates have probably heard about it.
End of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So, since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories, and does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved, and I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay, next question.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum
Judge is like,
psychosis
you just
and
need
postpartum
the
depression
answer.
are pretty much virtually not even...
I mean, the dude went on for a little while. Like, that was a
yeah.
long answer. Probably could have
and
gone
he
for a
was
while.
getting into the weeds.
He was. He had made his point. The judge actually cut him off like kind of at the right time. Like, it's like, yeah, you actually made your point. Okay, go on.
Even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say...
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay, so looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it?
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes...
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders and the difference between women and men?
That's objectionable. Like, that's not really a question. That's rhetorical.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's argumentative. It's any number of things. But it's only objectionable if someone stands up and objects to it.
Why would they do that?
Why would they do that? This trial is probably the fewest objections we've ever seen in a fucking trial ever. And it kills me because it hurts my soul.
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your
How
question.
you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I could just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM, okay. Page 147, talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling.
Okay. Reddington then proceeds to walk through the DSM-5 and they read it together for a solid 10 minutes. And that brings us to the end of the day. And I'm not going to go through the slog of the DSM because the entire process confused me. Because I'm wondering, why are we arguing over the DSM? Like, are we going to get to the conclusions that he reaches? Like, why are we arguing whether this manual in this book has the right answer or definition?
I hope he comes back and takes some better swings on Monday.
I just felt like it was disorganized. And the thing is, that makes me sad because on so many other of Reddington's cross-examinations, I fucking loved it. It was phenomenal. His cross-examination of Tufts, I loved it. His cross-examination of Gelada, loved it. I've loved a lot of his cross-examinations. I just thought that this one was all attack. And I didn't get it.
But I should go and let you get to Super Chats, but
Yep.
I should slip out. Good to see you, and glad to see you're doing this more often.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for sticking around, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Cheers. Good night.
Night, bud. So, yeah, that was, and I get people think he deserved the attack. And in some of the answers, he was evasive, and some of the answers, he was schmarmy. He was. But I give critiques on lawyering, and that's my critique on the lawyering. But I'm not the one who's sitting in the box. I'm not the jury. If it wins the jury, he wins the jury. And from my understanding, from what people have said, the jury, from what people have said, people that I kind of trust, people that I know that are there around the courtroom and people that have been able to observe this, the jury is largely with him, and I would not be surprised. By the time the prosecution's rebuttal case is there, there's really no one that's going to be in the middle. They're probably sided. They probably have their decisions made up. If I were to vote right now, put this case in any other jurisdiction, and I would say that I could probably get 8 in the box to agree to a conviction. If the burden is not on the Commonwealth to disprove psychosis. In this case, I think Commonwealth's lucky if they have 3 votes, 4 votes out of the 12 that will ultimately deliberate. That's kind of my read on it, just based on how poorly the prosecution has gone. I think the frustrating part for me is there's 18 in the jury pool. In the jury pool, there are 18. They have not narrowed down to the deliberating jurors. So that's where we are. Now, the challenge is, if it's a hung jury, are they going to retry the case? Ugh. Imagine having that decision to make as the prosecutor, as the DA, as the elected DA. You try this case, which gets as much publication as it gets as much media coverage as it gets as many people that are diametrically opposed as it can get. And then you're faced with a hung jury and you're faced with a decision of, oh, I have to bring this again. I got to do this all over again. Ouch. Absolute painful. I don't think that's just nightmare fuel. So I've been very fascinated by this. Yes, the jury pool, from my understanding, is 12 women in the box, 12 and 6 men. So maybe Reddington focusing on the history and the absence of direct female treatment, or focusing on the DSM. I mean, that anyone else, I think that was part of my frustration with Reddington during this, is his cross-examination seemed to be a cross-examination and an impeachment on the DSM rather than what this doctor had said using the DSM. So I'm torn on it. I am. I think the prosecution's done a pretty good job of pushing me into the this is probably NGI. But if you put two different prosecutors on this case and you tried it a different way, I don't know. It'd be tough. It would be complicated. I can tell you that's not going to make those lives to jurors very easy. So as we expected, cross-examination will continue on Monday. And then I think Commonwealth has one more witness. And then they will go to closing arguments. Closing arguments, I think they were supposed to begin on Monday. There's no way they're going to do it Monday. No way. I think they're probably going to be on Tuesday. So the jury should have this in their hands by the end of the day Tuesday. And if I'm going to predict, let's say the closing arguments are on Tuesday, jury has it in their hands on Tuesday, I am going to predict a verdict coming by you know what? We're going to go Wednesday afternoon. I think Wednesday afternoon. So, and by verdict, I mean verdict or mistrial. I don't know. Should we put up a poll? I think I can do this from here now. Let's see. When assume closing arguments on Tuesday, when will jury decide? Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday morning, let's say Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll just say Thursday and after. Thursday or later. Let's do it that way. Oh, that's StreamYard's cool, man. I can see this now? Huh. I can put it up here. Oh, it lets you type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. I have no idea how this works. This is a StreamYard thing. So, very interesting. Okay. So, I know that I took multiple sides of the argument tonight, and I know that I made various comments that probably made people upset, comments some people disagreed with, some people agreed with. One of the reasons why I kind of intentionally took a strongman approach on one of these positions was to try and push back on a concern that some of the times we can talk about things that are this complicated, they can become echo chambers for either side. And with an issue that's this sensitive and this complex and this significant, I think that can be problematic. I think that one thing that's remarkably clear is that every family looks at their own. I was having a conversation today with one of my associates, and it was a conversation about this trial should be used to further discussions that need to happen. Whether they're discussions that happen in households, like within your own household. Hypothetically speaking, you have a partner who's pregnant or has just delivered. You can't tell me that you're not going to be more vigilant as to their needs, their concerns, their well-being, and their mental health. You have either just delivered a child or are expecting a child or a third child or a second child. You can't tell me that with the knowledge of this trial, you are not more vigilant or aware of your own mental health. If you have friends that are in this position, you need, as kind of demonstrated here, maybe check-ins more frequently, maybe a little more resistance and pushback when they say, I'm fine, or I'm good. Or if you notice that your friends aren't sleeping, or they say, I have a doctor, maybe ask them a little bit about their treatment and whether it's okay if you have that relationship with them. So many of these conversations I wish we should be having, rather than someone's a monster, they're not a monster. These trials they're challenging for a reason, because they are hard questions that we have to face in framing our laws and our legal framework and how we approach this. Does Massachusetts have the right legal standard? Should some burden shift to the defendant? Should experts be able to testify about this stuff? Should the experts be able to testify to the DSM-5, or maybe there should be other diagnostic manuals that they should use? All these questions are open for debate. And that's why there's been such divisive, I guess, sentiments on what the outcome of this trial should be. So I'm not afraid to put my foot down and say what I believe or don't believe in a particular case. I think a lot of it is I'm conflicted in what I think the law should be as it relates to mental health as a defense against criminal culpability, especially when the world is deprived of 3 very young children who would have had lives well ahead of them. And it's very difficult to find what the appropriate outcome is in my mind and in my heart on a moral level of what I believe should happen in that case. And I don't know that I can firmly or confidently get to an answer morally with where the outcome should be based on the complexity of all of this. From a legal standpoint, the legal standard is complex and it begs questions. So that's why I have difficulties with this case and why I've been covering it and watching it pretty carefully. So let me go ahead and get caught up on Super Chats, and then we can skedaddle for the evening. And we can go from there. So let me go ahead and swoop, and then we'll get to some Super Chats, and I cut myself off in the middle of the swoop. I love it. So let's see. Dina Kawashi, thank you for gifting memberships. That's very much appreciated. K-Rab, 1791. The moral sin question was not for the answer, but for the effect the DA expected it to have on a likely majority Catholic jury. I think it was likely just a shot across the bow because the question didn't really have an answer. It was rhetorical in nature and completely improper. So it was just a shot across the bow. Meme Empress, bows only for the jury, bow vanishes for no jury. I tend to agree. Victor Man 7777, check out the baby AI for the Lindsay Clancy case. I saw that the other day. I have to look at it and actually watch it with the volume on, but Reddington as the baby was very interesting to see. Kaylee Rose Mahan 8101. I planned event for local counselors. Time for us to talk. Nels 20, me and my friends think Mac sucked and Red is killing it. People have different opinions. I didn't like his style today. I've liked it other days. I didn't like it today. Hawk Banana, no, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Michigan Farm Boy, doesn't the prosecution know I wasn't there? If I was, I didn't touch them. If you have the prints, it was only after the crime happened type of theory won't play. I don't know. They've been all over the place from the very beginning, and I go back to that dialogue that occurred with the judge, and the judge was basically saying there's at least been the implication that the suicide attempt wasn't earnest, and the prosecution was, defensive even to that statement. Really? Because I got it from the opening statement. That was what you were trying to allude to or suggest to the jury. Pick a lane. You don't have the luxury of saying, it's any one of these things. You have to present the case in a clear, coherent fashion. Courtney 9246, it's sad because so many different people could have prevented this. I think there's a lot of blame to go around in this case. A lot of people. And I am not exclusively casting blame at the medical system. So, Stardot 2224. That's nonsense. She knowingly murdered them, comes up with a psychosis argument after the fact. Might as well let every loony out of jail time. That's part of the debate, and that's part of the question: is how fervently you believe what these providers observed after the fact. Because in order to side with the defense 100%, you have to draw inferences, but the defense doesn't have a burden. That's where I go back to the legal standard. The legal standard is the prosecution has to disprove the psychosis. And they have to do that beyond a reasonable doubt. So are you saying that the 12 people in the box will all reach that conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that that did not exist? And I don't think that they have. Lynn Dalton 733. I fell 15 feet to cement, crushed at C6 at C7. Not one scrape or bump in my head. 25 years later, we're discussing TBI as I experienced mental health issues. That is not uncommon. Look at individuals out of the military. Oh, countless examples of individuals who had TBI. And then it later surfaces in serious concerns. ODA 0550 Mac, 20 years experience, interview years after, no psychosis. Resnick, tons of experience, interview 4 months after, obvious psychosis. That's the battle of the experts. Concrete Jungle, Dr. Spinelli was removed from witness list. Saw reports of this, probably due to her Facebook post. Likely would have tied things together for defense, but I'm still not guilty by reason of insanity. I've seen speculation on this. I'm waiting for more reporting, but I thought that was kind of fascinating as well. Bilson 7523, can testimony from civil trial come in? Lindsay's recollection of the night really undermines her not guilty by reason of insanity defense. It's quite detailed and specific. I don't know. There would need to be a reason why they either didn't provide it or they excluded it. Perhaps the next doctor might testify to it. I don't see why, if she gave the statement in a sworn setting or in a setting that could be detailed as admission against party interest, it should be able to come in. The gobbledygook of the Commonwealth. That's the wrong statute. It's McCall in Massachusetts. We talked about that earlier. Shanta, Rob, Ian, FNF, fabulous night Fridays. This case has my blood pressure up for so many reasons. No other trial comes close. This has been one of the most divisive trials I have seen. And I was in the heat of the Murdoch debate. And people had very different opinions than I did on that case, and all over the place. Take Care Maya, the Maya Kowalski case. People had very strong opinions on that. I started that case with strong opinions in one direction and ended up in the other direction. But this one has, I guess, really pushed the bounds of the ability for people to have discussions of complex nature in a reasonable and respectful fashion. Because I've seen a whole lot of name calling. Not here. You guys are great. But I've seen a lot. Lisa, episiotomy isn't a tear. He knows 0 women. Okay, love you guys, man. Glad you're back. Rob, I am not going to ever try to mansplain a health condition such as episiotomy to anyone in the chat that may have experienced one or knows someone who has. Michigan Farm Boy, I said this before. I have no clear idea what I'm supposed to be getting from large portions of the prosecution questioning. I don't get how it helps them. I don't either. I didn't understand half of how that helped with Mac, which is also why I don't know why Reddington went as hard as he did with him on those issues. There was traction to be had on the other issues. Undermine those. And maybe he will on Monday. Lisa, women are hysterical, but no postpartum psychosis. Where does the word hysteria come from? The whole history of Western medicine is misogynistic and gaslighting. Lots can be done. Ms. Pete, I'm waiting for closings. I bet they do an imitation of Winnie Lewis and give an explanation why their theory changed from openings. Oh. Opening statements, I've said it before. Opening statements are promises. They are promises you make to the jury. You better cash in on those and you better hold them up because the jury will hold you accountable to them. Meme Empress comes now, dehydrated egg and his yolks. NP Viz Queen. I don't know if this is related, but I/my parents have different insurance and have gotten email reminders about mental health in the last 2 to 3 days. Even my OBGYN mentioned mental health related to pregnancy at my checkup this week. Hopefully that happens more. Michigan Farm Boy, something has to be the first point where she can't conform. If that is true, but what says there had to be something prior for it to be true now? I agree. I've always wondered this idea that she had to have the psychosis for a long period of time before this occasion has kind of felt odd to me. And I don't know why none of the doctors have said there's always the first occasion. Harbinger of imminent death. Is it plausible the Commonwealth is shooting for a hung jury so they can get a do-over and say they didn't lose? It only takes one unduly persuaded juror. I don't think the risk would ever... I don't think the reward of the do-over would ever outweigh the risk, and plus the do-over is not a reward. The do-over is still getting your teeth kicked in and having to do it again. Which doctor diagnosed her with psychosis that testified for the defense? Resnick. K-Rab 1791. I'm not convinced by the idea that because she could conform, she didn't have an episode of psychosis. My grandma heard voices. She would argue with them loudly unless us kids were in hearing distance. Again, I took that inference as well, that she reported these thoughts of self-harm and perhaps harming others. I read that to be that maybe those thoughts are more than just, I have this inclination. Nels 20, we have to know if you had, we had to know if you had previous diagnosis of hypomania in your history. That's with regard to the questions going back on Mac. Canada Goose Gal, question, did you notice Mac signaling response communicating with prosecution when KB was fired up next to him with the DSM near the end? Love you guys. I noticed that a couple times, and that's one of the reasons why the judge actually pointed to him, said, look over there. And it was look at Reddington. Prosecutor's not going to bail you out with objections. At least not in this case. We don't know what objections are. Oda 0550, in comparing the value of the forensic psychiatric assessment, I'd weigh contemporary evaluation higher than a later one. And that's fair. That's a fair assessment. What I think I was making the comment of was unfair assessment was implying that the Commonwealth did something wrong by having their diagnosis be 2 or 3 years later when they didn't have the opportunity. Little Fright, I didn't find his evaluation credible compared to Resnick, but he's knowledgeable, qualified to be an expert. He didn't handle cross well like many witnesses. This is a slog of a cross. This is a lot. And part of me has wondered if that's Reddington's tactic, is to fire him up, go in there really hard and fire him up so they end up fighting with him. The witnesses that have been the best are, was it Gelada? I think it was Gelada, who basically ate all the bad answers. They were horrible answers, but Reddington really didn't have the opportunity to go on attack because she never fought him. Honk Banana, no, I have good news and bad news. Both are, I am out of bourbon. Fair. Equality, 46 months. Always good to see you. Thanks for being a member for that long. Crazy Cat Queen, why is the prosecutor not objecting the witness not being allowed to finish the answering the question posed? Also, sucks to be the court reporter. Sucks to be the court reporter for sure. They are talking over each other all over the place. I don't know why the prosecution has objected very much. They have from time to time. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. I don't think this judge has really done a good job of kind of making those rules strict and firm to everybody. Hello. No, red wins. I get your guys' take on it. Hello. Rob, I love you, but those little things high school can haunt you later, and they're documented by her parents. The psychosis and the Prozac. This closing argument's going to have to wrap up a whole lot of medical history for me. And it's going to have to do it by which doctor identified the things. KRAB 1791, she was resistant to taking Zoloft because she had a bad reaction to it. Other than that, the DA implied she was drug seeking. I'm going to have to go back and watch some of that testimony before. Equality. Can someone explain to me how postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis are normally diagnosed, like step by step? I am not going to do that. That's well outside of my expertise. Candidly, I would have hoped to see that in this trial. And I just don't feel like I've gotten a very good explanation of it from anybody. Hello, hello. Can I cuss now? Yes, you may. Chloe diagnosed snarky. The looping thoughts / fear about medical side effects could have been a bipolar symptom. Times I'm seeing it got worse after the first SSRI. It's possible. Katsuko Maru. I'm a week late with this, but welcome back, Rob. You were gone so long. I got a new last name and visited Ireland in the interim. Missed you guys. Congratulations. And congratulations on the travel. Missed being here too. Sailhounds, 2 FNFs in a row. Great to see you guys. Thank you, Sailhounds. Slovak Girl 94, thank you for the super sticker. Hello, hello. They use a bingo thing to choose. Plus, there are 3 to 4 nurses on the jury. It's a big weight. 3 to 4 nurses? I know the big jury. I know the big spinny box to pick the jury. But the 3 to 4 nurses is a choice. I'd struggle with picking that jury. ODA 0550, appreciate you, Rob. Pushback helps us all develop our own understanding of the evidence and our own view of the world. Thank you. Hello, hello. Take off slow mode for polls. I didn't even realize it was still on. There, it's off for polls. Book Dragon KSC, I like that you push back. I don't agree with you on this one, but I think disagreement equals better critical thinking. Oh, I will disagree for the purpose of disagreeing on several occasions, and I will die on hills all over the place just to make that disagreement voiced. I was posting earlier the link to the Google Maps debate that I had with Ian. It was a lot of fun. But again, this is the law. We're supposed to be disagreeing. Henhouse Bath Company started therapy this week because of this trial. That's a good outcome. I hope a lot of people have been checking in on their own mental health because of this trial. Equality, I have a big 3-day exam, 4 hours in September. Could I be selfish and get a good luck from your wonderful chat in case I can't join you till then? Absolutely good luck. Absolutely good luck. Crush the exam. Study hard. You'll do great. We have faith in you. Brewberries, would it amuse you to know that Red has several tattoos and a license plate that says not guilty? It would amuse me greatly. That is very amusing. DSN 385, I'm so happy you're back. I'm happy to be back. Hawk Banana Note, show us Leo immediate. Leo. I am not waking this dog up. It is midnight. I will be shot if this dog comes stumbling down the stairs and wakes everyone in the house up. I will find a way to get, I will find proof of life for Leo. DSM 385, thank you for getting a membership. I second Hawk. Show us the good boy. Where's this dog? I don't know if I can. Leo. Leo. He is asleep. I am not about to wake this dog up. A picture, anything. Let's see if I've got, I think I probably have a picture of Leo. We'll do that as a parting thought. We need, everyone's saying, don't do it. If I wake this, if I'm not, hang on. I'm going to do, let's see, let's find, we'll get Leo. Let's see. This could be our last FNF if we wakes Leo up. Here, how about this? We will. When was this photo? This is a week ago. There. There's the Leo puppy. Very upset in that photo, that is. So I will make sure that he gets a good rub before going to bed. Let's see. Let's go ahead and end the poll. So with votes in, 66% of you said Thursday or later. 42% said Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday morning. So a lot of y'all are thinking that they're going to give a good amount of time to this, which is good. I mean, it demonstrates that this is a very serious case. I hope they give a good amount of time for this. All right. Why was he unhappy? Because he was looking over his shoulder at me. It could be as simple as I woke him up, or how dare you not be sitting next to me, or you were petting me 2 seconds ago, but you stopped. It could be any number of things. I don't know. I will do a verdict poll. I can't do it right now. We don't have all the evidence. I'm going to give the Commonwealth the ability to have their last witness testify. I don't think it's fair to say verdict poll at this point in time. So let's do this. We are going to wrap for this evening. I thank you guys for being here. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes, which means for me being back in the saddle of doing these live streams, this is the longest one I've done in a while. So congratulations to all of you for sticking it out. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciated. If you do like the coverage, please leave a comment in the video if you're catching on replay. And if you want me to catch or check out the Keefe D trial or any other trials, please leave those in the comments to the video. That would be remarkably helpful because it does help me kind of navigate which way we're going to go first or to go next. Kind of ready for this trial to be over, honestly. This has been very difficult to listen to. Very difficult to process. And candidly speaking, we need a good old fashioned, just easier trial. Not that those really ever exist. So thanks for sticking it out. Thanks for being here. Over the weekend, get outside, get in the shop, go make something. You'll feel better. Enjoy your life. And we'll catch you next time. Okay? So, night, folks. See you next week. Bye.